All right, we back. Back to go and finish the ride out. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna start off with a recap, man. Kind of recap on some things. Uh, two things in particular I want to talk about. I'm not sure about. I've done this shit by what a. I got about 3 or 4 takes of this shit. So the final one I did for the first installation of the ones that I kept for the first one of the last 2 that I already put out or published or whatever. I ain't sure about. I probably shit was so long. I'm not sure about. I touched on the whole thing about there was 2 things. Well, one for sure I think I didn't get to. So let me get those out the way. But I want just in case I probably did. So if I did, it won't hurt to go back over it. But we'll go back to the beginning real quick. Now when you go back to the beginning, you're gonna see them have Max in the cage, right? Now for one, I told you. It's two ways of looking at this right here. You got the upside down version, which would be the man. So his head would be right here and the feet would be going up. But then when you look at it if you look at the feminine aspect of it, you'll have the woman head up here and with the legs coming down or whatever. That's why they but see when you look at the movie, it go both ways. What's basically what they're trying to tell you. It go both ways. Pause. The red. Okay. So she asked Nook. She was like, "Are you?" She said he's a redhead. Now I had to. I was kind of. It was kind of throwing me off at first. I'm not gonna say throwing me off, but when she said he's a redhead, I was like, okay, that she's referencing. See, they go back to it's gonna go on over in Ireland real quick. You got Ireland right now. When you look at American history, right? The Italians, but even that, I would say the Italians and the Italians and the Irish pretty much caught. We had to break it down in the levels or whatever. I guess you had your British white people, Anglo-Saxons or whatever. Like I said, one of these books it was talking about how they no, I think it was Sex and Race with Jay Rogers. Let me see. I wish I had more space. Everything. Give me 1 second. Everything is so cramped up and shit. And I'm so spontaneous with this shit. I be not shit will come to my mind and I snap to go get what I need at the last minute. Have to look for it like I'm doing now. But pardon me. Where is it? Oh, there's no reason for this man. Now, this should be in close proximity. I haven't done nothing with this motherfucker, so it shouldn't be. There you go. Got so much. Gotta excuse my unorthodoxity about myself. But let's see if I can find it. But yeah, you have so you look at the history of America, and that's why I be telling people about about racism and shit. Why it doesn't necessarily serve anybody actually, uh, but it doesn't actually serve you as a to it doesn't really serve you well to be racist as a black person. Well, here's a bonus right here. To go back to the Nazi thing. Let me see. Okay, we'll go. This looks like this looks relevant. But let me find what I was looking for first, and then I'll come back to that. Let's see if I can find it. But there's so many words. Well, I'll just sex and race. You'll get this book. But here's another version of the word Nazi, but it's spelled different. It's Nehusi, Nehusi, or blacks. Well, it's a let me read it real quick. Okay, here you go. It's talking about let me read it. It says, as the population increased, and as more strangers arrived, there came to be four races in Egypt, namely the Rot, what it's spelled R-O-T, but it's really in the Root or the Rot or native Egyptians, well, he grammatically off right there. It said who is, but it's who are depicted on the monuments as a reddish brown mulatto, as Rahotep and his wife Princess Nefertiti. Next was the Nehusi. See that's how I know I'm on point. So the word caught my eye in a passage below the one I was reading. So I went back to the top of the page and it all come. But here it is right here. Next was the Nehusi Nessie. Where you got a deity in ancient Kemet called Sut Nessie. But Nessie or the Nasi. And this is the one that's closest to the Nashi, N-A-H-S-I, the Nashi, or the unmixed blacks from Nubia. Then the Namu, or Asiatic, a yellow-skinned race with so-called Semitic features. And last, at least for some time to come, the Timahu, or the Nordic. Well, that was the whites. That's the white right there. But I just want to show you how the word Nazi is actually. That's the crazy part about this shit. So you got a million skinheads and shit running around here talking about they neo-Nazis and they Nazis and they hate blacks and niggers and the whole while your name comes from us. Hate to bust your bubble. Well, not really hate to, but I delight in it. But you know. Well, what I was trying to say was you had somewhere in this book. I don't want to take up too much time trying to find it. It's irking me not to though. But let me see. I can talk at the same time. But some of the words, it's a part in this book where they was talking about Hitler and how he placed the blue-eyed white hair, or the blue-eyed blonde as the top of the white race. So, let me see. Let me see. right here. We on point right here. Let me see. All right, so let's start right here. It's going to explain. It says, it's going to explain. It says Hitler's attack on Jews was motivated by similar opportunism. Basically, he was. Let me read this shit. It say, this is a quote from him. He says, "I know perfectly well, just as all these tremendously clever intellectuals, that in the scientific sense, there's no such thing as race. But I, as a politician, need a conception which enables the order which has hitherto existed on a historical basis to be abolished. And for this purpose, the conception of race serves me well." So many words what he's saying was, I know this is all, well, I know this race shit is all, this racist shit is all bullshit. But if I can use it, he's using that to stimulate him and his soldiers for whatever mission they had or whatever. So he said Hitler's attack on the Jews was motivated by similar opportunism. As for the anti-Negro part of his program, that was to get even with France's use of black soldiers against Germans in the First World War, as well as to win English in American favor, because while the Anglo-Saxons make a fetish of race, the Germans, as we shall show later, really have no color prejudice. Ain't that a bitch? So, every German and every German woman has the duty to avoid association with other races, especially Slavs. Slavs, the original. Let's see. I want to tell you about the Yakub thing. When they created white people, it was with one of the reasons why was to use them as war slaves. That's why I said when you look at the word slave, originally it comes from Slavs, but Slavs were white servants or whatever. Each intimacy with a people of an inferior race means sinning against the future of our own people. So what they're saying right there is, every time you have sex with somebody outside your race, well, in so many words, he's saying it'll be watering down what they trying to do, which is the white thing or whatever. So that was a quote from a book called Neues Volk or something like that. But it says, thus, if ever the Nazi gets to America, they'll give the white Americans a dose of what the later have been given the blacks. But for the myth of race superiority built up by the Anglo-Saxons, and on which Hitler modeled his own racial dogma, his doctrine of Aryan superiority over the rest of humanity, including of the whites, could never have attained the extent and the dogmatic force it did. He would have to find some other fanatical idea to stir his people to war. So, which goes back to what I always tell people, anyway, the racism shit is really a hoax. That's just something to get you lower level thinkers keep in a goddamn fury, in a frenzy or whatever. So basically what the book was saying was, it ain't just a prejudice against white against black. Even when you get into the white world, they have their own little quarrels and shit, and that go all the way back with. And that's why I say when they was in the Caucasus Mountains, it wasn't no shit. Who else? It was just them fighting each other. So that whole concept, you're better off just dealing with people as you present themselves to you, as opposed to just saying, well, he's white and I don't like him because he's white, or she's black. So that, it goes both ways. Like, because at the end of the day, we all here. So you'll do your disservice. Like I said, you do yourself a disservice, because if you don't like, say you black and you don't like white people, I mean, when you get around them, you're going to feel some type of uncomfort, or you're going to, because nobody want to be around shit they don't like. But you got, when you go in the world, you're everywhere. So for you to not like white folks, you go out into the world, you got to be around them. So you're going to be, white, black, or white. You're going to be, I wouldn't advise it, but yeah. So, now I'm saying, now let's just take it back to the girls in the movie. You got Nooks. Well, I'm gonna get to that. In America, in the beginnings of America, the goddamn Irish was discriminated on just like niggas was discriminated on. The Italians too, but I think the for whatever reason, I think and I'm not saying, don't quote me or take it as a fact, but just based off of my observation growing up and through learning what I done learned through media and all that shit, just life period, and it seems like they always had a distinct type of hatred for the Irish or whatever. Even when you hear the phrase redhead stepchild, when you say, somebody said, you treat me like a redhead stepchild, I mean, you treating them like you showing a disfavor to them or whatever, as opposed to somebody else. Now, even though the redhead shit come from you take that back, that's a set, that's set too, because a soot typing thing, because his animal, the animal type that represented the set was the ass or the donkey, and the donkey has red hair. But that we ain't gotta go. That'll be probably going a little too deep right there, because you can associate that with the whole white race, as far as what I was telling you earlier, how they was bred and from out of that side or whatever. But or they was conceptualized. Their existence was conceptualized through a mentality that was more so swayed by that side of us, the soot side of us, or the divisive side of us. That's why it's so easy for them to do everything they did and be so divisive and combative or whatnot. But nonetheless, just like we got a negative side, we got a positive side. So when you look on the white people too, they the same way. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, the only difference is when you read Anthony Broader's from the Broader File book, and there it tell you about the how like 85% of them have a calcified pineal gland, right? So he breaks down how the calcification of the pineal gland leads to sort of makes them more what's that word I'm looking for? More prone to sociopathic behavior, or it gives them a guilt deficiency. So when you look back at those, like I said, when you look at books like 100 Years Lynching, or like you look at when Sarnetta used to be on 125th Street with the he used to be out there with the which was excellent work. He used to be out there with the pictures of the lynchings, like hanging outside at his table or whatever. And you might say that's crazy, but no, that's good. Matter of fact, let me put a placeholder down because I want to go into that. So we was at where I was going with this. Okay, sociopathic. Yeah, make sure we come back to that. But I want to go into that real quick because he did a video with Bobby where they was going over all that. But he was saying how people used to give him flack. Black people used to give him flack for that. Like, they used to walk by like, why are you hanging all that up, brother? And we passed that. And it's like, what he was telling them was, no, I'm trying to give you a reminder because you getting null to sleep. See, that's one of the ways that, see, those people who was giving him flack about that, as extreme as it may seem or look, a real nigga look at that and be like, I understand why he's doing that. And you saying this is a memento, a reminder. And you need shit like that because, see, one of the things, like when you look at the gears from like we'll just go take it, say from the civil rights movement when we were fighting to have the same bathrooms and all that shit. You know, gradually we got more and more privileges, right? Although there was still an underlying attack against us. And they were still doing things that worked against us behind the scenes, but all of the benefits we started getting. And if you ever noticed, we were more unified back when we didn't have that much. And then the more and more privileges we got, or the more and more he started allowing us to do more things, the more separated we became, right? So, just look at this voting shit. Got motherfuckers divided, right? I'm not saying we should go back. I don't give a fuck. I don't vote. I don't fuck with the system. I don't believe in the system. So it don't matter to me one way or the other. That's just piss in the wind to me. But when you look at this last one, it just, I'll talk about that later. That shit, I ain't gonna lie, y'all spook me out with this shit. Black women. I love you, but there's some of them out there that make y'all look terrible. But we ain't even going to that. But just give you a little minor example. If niggas go to a time where niggas couldn't vote, you back then, you probably look at this shit, it'll probably be more like we ain't gonna be divided. We can't vote anyway, so we don't give a fuck. So that'll be one less thing to divide us amongst each other, one less thing that can use to divide us, or whatever. But the more and more they start integrating us into the system and giving us more and more privileges, which that played. I look at both sides of everything. So we became more separated, but at the same time, it really was the good part about it is separate the weak from the strong, because the more and more you start seeing people, the more and more people they allow to integrate into their system, the more and more you start to realize who was the strongest amongst us and who's the weakest amongst us. So it's like, just like with shit right now, entertainment and shit, most of the time, I'm not saying all entertainers, or this not an all-out attack or blanket attack on all entertainers or people that's successful or whatever. But a lot of the times, a lot of the ones you see are who are the most successful. They're the most successful because, first and foremost, what are they successful within? They're successful within something that is ran by the oppressor, right? We just take entertainment for, just so we don't have to get too vast and wide about it. A lot of the times, under most circumstances, the ones that are most successful, okay, if the oppressor or the white man is running this shit, right? As we know, you know what I'm saying, and they've been putting their foot on our neck all these years, but then they start allowing you. We go back to the lessons. think it's a 26 degree and a 140. Like I said, man, it been so long. I need to get some. Like I said, I lost my damn. When I was going through that spell of couch hopping and shit, I lost a lot of shit. So I need to get another 120. But I think it's a 26 degree. Where it say, and I'm paraphrasing, when some of the words, it was like, why does the devil let you a part of his social equality? Which means, why doesn't the devil allow you to be a part of his, to partake of him? Well, now they do. When you see what, to whatever. That's why when you look at hip hop and shit, at first niggas started out, you ain't see niggas getting 20 mansions and all this old shit. But the more and more motherfuckers start getting money, the more and more you start seeing the more money that people started making off of hip hop. What did it lead to? The more the years passed, more money was being made. Next thing you know, now look, all this shit coming about all this weird shit these niggas doing that's not our culture, their culture. But they go back to the 26 degree. I think it's the 26 degree. It's like if he was to let you a part of, if he was to I'm paraphrasing too. The basically saying, if he was to share his equality with you, the equality of his culture, or show you his culture, you would see how filthy he really was, and you would want to run him from amongst you. So that's what you're seeing now. More so, for the most part, a lot of times, a lot of the people that held up in front of us as our heroes, or held up in front of us as a symbol of success. You gotta put two and two together. If we are into the business of oppressing black people, and then we letting y'all in the building, or if they letting y'all in the building, then I'm not gonna put you. They're not gonna elevate the people who's coming to try to take their system down, or who plays the resistance against that system. Their whole thing is they're gonna elevate the motherfuckers that's gonna, whether they subconsciously or consciously, whether they knowingly or unknowingly, they're gonna elevate those who either knowingly or unknowingly gonna assist them in keeping you blind, dumb, deaf, and blind, or whatever. So the higher a motherfucker get, the more and more you have to look at them like, well, what's so special about you? You know what I'm saying? And just study what they doing, and study if you study what they doing within the realms of whatever entertainment or whatever the fuck, you can take it outside of entertainment. I'm just keeping it so we don't have to be too all over the place with this shit. But if you look at it, you like, well, what are they doing? You study what they doing. If you study and look at them close enough, 9 times out of 10, and study the effect that it, or how does it relate, on the relation and the effect that it has on us, then you have to ask yourself, is the shit they doing good for us, or the 9 times out of 10 they study getting raised up, and other motherfuckers are getting kept out. The people that you know who, just like they say, what they say about, remember hip hop used to have a lot. The conscious element of hip hop got extinguished, right? So if they extinguish the conscious element of hip hop, or the part of hip hop that they fear would wake people up, if they extinguish that or smother that, that means the artists who come from that cloth, they're gonna keep them down, or keep them at, not saying that it's totally squashed, because you got your people here and there, but for the most part. So they holding down those who they feel are too conscious, or who gonna have too much of a potent message, and then they raising another group of motherfuckers up. You have to look at them other people like, well, you must be the opposite of those people, and those people are people that are trying to wake the people up. If they keeping them down and raising you up, you must be doing some shit that you ain't got no business doing. Like, you must be doing some shit that, whether we know it or not, or whether you know it or not, is having an adverse effect on black people or society as a whole. Because, like I say, you got to take it just a little deeper than just niggas. Like I said, we the main target, but these people are oppressive they oppress is, that's why I say it's deeper than racism. They use all the isms, racism, classism, sexism. They use them all. So it's not, and don't necessarily get caught up in too much of any one of them. That's why they can sit next to a nigga, be in the boardroom talking about, yeah, we gotta put these niggas and do this to these niggas, and then be over here with these boys and working with the niggas and fuck the other niggas up, and you know what I'm saying. But so when you go back to what I was saying though, so the more and more as time progressed, the more and more we started, the more and more opportunities they started giving us, the more divided we became. Because now you got people that they that's looking at it like, well, you know what, that goddamn white man ain't that bad. House nigga mentality, whatever. Simple shit, house nigga feel nigga, same old shit. But then you got some that's like, you know what, it's cool that we progressing. It's jobs and all that, and we able to do more, we got more rights. We're not, because that's supposed to have rights and shit. I'm not saying it's nothing, we want to take nothing from that. But so many words, I guess what I'm trying to say was, I think that a lot of people, just to put it in a nutshell, so I won't keep rambling about this shit. I think that people begin to mistake us coming into more rights and privileges as they let that put them under the impression that racism didn't exist no more. That's what he was saying in that video I saw. He was like, people, I think if I'm not mistaken, he was saying people saying that like people was like, we ought to get out of that, man, and racism is dead, and like, no, it's not dead. That's why I'm putting this shit up here to keep you mindful not to get rocked to sleep. Like, yeah, partake of the good and partake of the privileges and shit, or whatever, and enjoy your life and all that, but still, you gotta still keep a vigilant eye out, because even more so vigilant eye, because it's not blatant racism. It's not blatantly in your face now. It's subtle shit. You know what I'm saying? It's little shit they do. So let me get back to the motherfucking so we can get to the movie and shit. But now I was speaking about the eternal war between them. So I think Britain, Ireland, they always had like a little skirmish or whatever. Back when in Europe, back when they was in Europe or whatever. And I think they carried that shit on. So when they started letting them over here, a lot of the whites over here had just like you had no niggers here sign, you had signs that said no Irish allowed and all that shit. Ooh. But the Irish, one of the things they known for is having that red hair or whatever. Now this goes back to that whole mentality or concept of pure white is blonde hair, blue eyes, and the darker your hair, the lesser you are from the white world or the white genetics or whatever. So when you go back to the movie, and like I said, go back to the legend of the leprechaun or the St. Patrick's Day, when they say they ran the snake people out of Ireland. Well, they ran all the snakes out of Ireland when they was actually talking about they ran the snake people out of Ireland. That's what the leprechaun was really originally the Twa people, the little black people or whatever. So it was black people in that land. So that probably was like one of the last parts of Europe where niggas was, because niggas was in Europe too before the white man started invading everywhere. But that's probably one of the last areas that had a high concentration of nigga blood in it. So even white folks that came over there, they was more suspect to be passing or be closer to that nigga element because there was a high concentration of black people over there. So when they had the red hair, so they were like, "Oh, you got that dark hair. You probably one of those passing darkies or some old shit." So so when you take it back to the movie, when you look at Nooks, he bald headed, but the girl gonna say, it's gonna be one scene where there's two things regarding to the mechanic shit or whatever. One part where they gonna, I think Max asked Nooks, was he did he know how to work on an engine or something? And then the girl, his girlfriend, the girl with the red hair, the Irish, with the feminine aspect of the Irish shit within the movie. She said, "Yeah, he's a redhead." So I had to catch it the other day, or yesterday. I think like yesterday when I really caught it. Because at first, it was coming out. His accent was coming out as British to me for some reason. And I kind of get sometimes I get them two mixed up. Well, not really, but his was like, I guess he was the guy that played Nooks. He didn't have his Irish accent wasn't as heavy as enough for me to pick up on. Because at first it just sounded like another damn Brit to me. But I can tell for most of the time, in most circumstances, if somebody starts speaking from Ireland, I'll be like, "Oh, okay, he's Irish," and the motherfucker starts talking from Britain, and you know them, how you do teacups and all that old shit. You know, y'all Bridgerton watching niggas know about all that, but that but then when I thought about it yesterday or the day before, something like that, I started kind of thinking about it before. I said, "Yeah," I said, "Nah, that motherfucker is that." I said, "That is an Ireland type of accent." He probably just had. Probably just wasn't. I probably couldn't just pick up on it like that. So, in so many words, that's probably one of the reasons why he was a part of the whole Furioso train or ride, because it was like he's with more than Joe them, and they representing pseudo white supremacy or whatever, or symbolic of that. But he's Irish, so he still got a little that tinge of the Maori, and I'm that nigga in him. So, you know. So it's like he going back and forth with his bloodline or whatever, because he got some of that nigga in him. But due to his Irish origins, but the girl says she's like he's a redhead. So you got them, you got him, but you got then it's another scene where they finna work on the rig, and excuse me. Max asks him, "Are you a black thumb?" Now, black thumb, well, I never heard that. I never heard that to this movie or whatever. Now, we know a green thumb is somebody that deals with plant life and all that, botanist and whatever. So when he said a black thumb, now, mechanic, black thumb, black, when you're working on the cars, your hands get black or whatever from the oil and the dirt or whatever. So he said he's a black thumb. He was like, yeah. So he basically said he's a mechanic, or he knows how to work on cars, or he knows how to work on engines and shit, whatever. But that was probably another code too to say he's really a nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's why he can ride with more than Joe. But then when he get around Furioso in the game, aka the niggas, or Furioso being a nigga and repping the nigga element, or this being the group of people symbolic of the niggas in their plight within the context of this movie. That's probably why he was so comfortable. On one hand, he'll be with them, like, okay, I'm gonna ride with them. But he was an opportunist, just like he was telling about Hitler in the goddamn book I just read, The Sex and Race. So he can easily ride with them and be down with the mission. But if you fall back in the hands of them motherfuckers, he be right back on his cracker shit or whatever. So, but I brought all it up to say, then you notice the only two girls, and then you got Zoe, Toast, And like I said, that's one of the things that I think I don't know about. I spoke on it. I know for sure the first time, the first take I did, and then I fucked around and fell asleep and left my computer on. And when I woke up, the battery ran out before I could save the shit. I was 6 hours down the drain. So I don't know if I spoke on it in that one and forgot to do it in the last one I did, with the first video I did. I didn't feel like shifting through all them 10 hours. So I'll say it again just in case. Plus, but before I do that, I was going to speak on her skin tone. She's called a toast. So when you look at her skin, she's like I said, you got Lenny Kravitz. He's like a light brown, and then you got Lisa Bonet. You know, she's like a real high yellow, like you know what I'm saying. Black nonetheless, though. That's another thing too for y'all out there. Hope you're wondering, well, what if I'm half black and half white? What does that mean? Well, you still black. Is because you they drop one drop of black blood thing. Well, they'll say, well, you got one drop of black blood in you, then that makes you a nigga. Well, that's true because that blackness dominates or whatever. So that black, whatever side, whether it be on the father side or the mother side, that baby will still develop a functioning pineal gland, because the pineal gland is where all that shit comes from. So the pineal gland, as a baby in the womb, you start with a black dot in the egg, then the spine unfolds from out of that, then the rest of the body forms around the spine, that black dot, skull and all that, and that black dot becomes your pineal gland that sits at the base of your skull. So, but you take Lisa Bonet, she's like, you know, she's light skinned black, but like, you know, like almost like white like bread or whatever, but she's black though. Matter of fact, she was the element in the Cosby Show, I'm gonna get in there in a second. But you got Lenny Kravitz, he's like a light brown. So when you look at Zoe, she got like she light skinned, but she still got that brown tint, like toast or whatever. I think that's why they named her Toast the Knowing. Plus, like I say, Toast the Knowing being the knowing, knowledge, one. And you go to the Supreme Mathematics, one. Like I say, the movie Knowing. When you go look at the advertisement for the movie, they spelled knowing instead of an I, they put a one right there. Knowing being the first, the original woman. Woo woo. So you have her. She's black, obviously. You got the redhead. She's Irish. You got Cheeto. She's Native American. Kind of got a Spanish look to her, whatever. Then you got Furioso. Really, she's white. She played by Charlize Theron, which was a white lady, but she's black. She represents in the movie. That's why she's putting the black on her forehead and put the black mask on, because they're trying to say she's black or whatever. So that would count her out. The last two you got left would be, I think she's Splendid, and I think the other girl, the one who was beefing with Max in the beginning, I think her name is Angard or something like that. The two blondes. So you notice those were the only two pregnant by him or whatever. They all was his breeders, except for Furioso, she was the warrior. But if you notice, the only two in the movie who had a baby by him was those two, because he was breeding. So he was trying to get he was only dealing with, it was like he had the two blondes. So it was like, okay, kind of when you think about it, and all this shit shit crazy, because we go to India, what they got over there in India? Okay, the Aryan shit comes from India, right? Then once the white men took over India, or the European invaders took over India, they set society up the same way, or with the caste system, according to the same way Yakub in the science did the breeding or whatever. Take the lightest ones, hold them up with the most favorite. The darker you was, the lower on the totem pole you was, which is still how shit go to this day. They say you go to Egypt now, the Arabs and all that shit are high society, and then most of the black people, or a lot of the black, or a considerable amount of the, I ain't been, but just read, considerable amount of the black people are like, have low servitude type jobs or whatever. So flipping back to what I was just saying about Morton Joe them, the British girl, the redhead girl, that's a little too close to the nigga for him. The Cheeto, the Native American, and I say Native American because when they later on in the movie, or when they getting ready to ride back, you gonna see her like wearing like Native American pattern, she's gonna have like some Native shit with some Native American pattern on it, or whatever, like a scarf or something like that. But so that's nigga. Furioso, cause she's by her, she's the one that's, and like I said, not to necessarily, she got the G.I. Jane look, so she got the warrior look, but she's more of the warrior, so she's the one that's most in tune with her masculine side. You know what I'm saying? Not to go as far as to say she's a dyke or nothing like that. You could just stop at say she's a tomboy, because there's a different tomboy. A tomboy, and it's funny because Tom Hardy is the dude who plays Max. So Tom Hardy twin. Thomas means twin. When in the Bible, Jesus' twin was Tom. So when you look at a tomboy, just like I broke down in the breakdown I did for She's All That. The tomboy, a girl who's a tomboy, she's the boy's twin, or she's the girl, because the twins within is the masculine and the feminine. Two halves represent the two halves of the same whole or whatever. So she a woman who's in tune with her masculine side, like take Hatshep Sut for example. They wasn't saying she was a lesbian, but she would wear the false beard as an indication of androgyny, or just to show that she got her masculine and feminine side. She's in tune with both masculine and feminine side. Never necessarily mean she has to mess with other women or nothing like that, because that's we talking about high science, we talking about energy. Just like me, I tell you, I'm in tune with my masculine and my feminine side. But ain't no in here, there ain't enough money to get me to fuck with no man. It's not happening on no level. Not a man that look like a woman, tranny, none shit. Not a flat out man. Shit, you look you act too much like a man, and you a woman, I ain't gonna want to fuck with you. So it's not about that. That's the pervert. That's taking it out of context. We talking about energy here. So when you look at Furioso, for one, she's white, but she's playing the part in blackface. So many words. That's why she put the black on, whatever. So that plus she has the tomboy thing. Not, she's in tune by her being in tune with her masculine side. Which her, you know what I'm saying? And see, that go the masculine side. Oh, okay, give a good way to look at it. Not saying that you have warrior goddesses as well. We're not saying that. kind of count that out. But we know that for the most part, when you look at society, ultimately the men are looked to for more as the warriors or whatever. So that's why Zoe or Toast, out of all the girls, she's the one with the most warrior, most prone to fight or willing to get out there and fight, or i.e. she's the one who's the most balanced after her and Furioso. That's why if you look, her and Furioso got a certain type of relationship. About Furioso, like I say, she gave her she said she gave her the bullets and the gun to do the inventory because she know this is my warrior homie. These other chicks, they not built like that. But this one here, worst come to worst, she gonna bust that iron. So he'll whoop, get after her. Or the other scene where they riding, Furioso threw the rifle in the back seat, and Splendor catches it, and she's like, "What am I?" And that girl, she played that part, man. She grabbed that motherfucking Zoe grabbed that motherfucking rifle, bitch. Give me. She looking at her like, "Is you crazy, bitch? It's wartime." You know what I'm saying? All that peace and who she, yeah, well, it's not now. If we don't get the busting some motherfucking heads, we ain't gonna never get back to no peace. So give me that shit. She looked at her, so I got a picture of this shit. Why when she snatched it, and she looked at her like, "Bitch, is you crazy? Like, come on, man." So but this it's the selective breeding process. That's why I went. So Zoe and Furiosa could be looked upon as straight, but we know Zoe is the most black because she's a real black person. Then Furioso, she's in blackface, or she's playing dress up black, but them putting the black oil on her face, they try to say that she's black or whatever. That's why then we take it to Splendor and the other chick. Even when you go to the scene where when they first meet up with Max, she brings the water hose to Max, blonde, blue eyes. And then the other and that's probably why he chose them, because he was looking at it like, okay, let me get the weakest links, because the other hoes might pull a fast one. These two here ain't war inclined. So Splendor bought him water hose, and then the other chick brought him came over there to clip the goddamn, came over there with the vice grips or the clippers or whatever to clip the chain. And you seen what happened, shit. Then Furioso came over there and got dead on his ass. So and another thing too. Now, I don't want people to think, cause in the first video I did when I was talking about women and shit, I was like looking for nub. I thought about this earlier, but that came from Eddie Murphy. I think that was a Saturday Night Live skit he did or some shit like that. But he was like looking for love. He was like taking, he was, doing this comedy shit or whatever. But I thought about it the other day. I was like, hold up, I don't want people to think that. Because I was like, I started imitating this shit, like looking for nub. And then your girl got the nub, and I was like, oh no, I'm not making fun. That wasn't intentionally. I wouldn't make it, because I know somebody can look at that and probably like, hold up, are you trying to be funny? And maybe not, but this is just me. But I just wanted to put a disclaimer on. I wasn't that wasn't that. This ain't this and that ain't that. I wasn't making fun of people with prosthetic arms or missing arms and no shit like that. But I know it could be taken like that, but that wasn't the case. That just shit happens like that sometimes. But I just felt the need to say that. I know you might be like, well, he didn't have to bring that up, but that's just me, man. I was the considerate part of me. But so but that's a reference to the selective breeding part, because you see the only two that was pregnant by him what they said in the process of breeding with Yaku, they was breaking it down where keep throwing the dark babies away, keep the light skinned babies, the light ones. You make the light ones with the light ones and keep making the light ones with the lighter and getting them lighter and lighter until you get the white person or whatever. So when you look at his breeders, the only two who was pregnant was the two white girls with the blue hair. Blonde hair, blue eyes, because they were the finished product, or that's what he was trying to keep going with. Everything else was black or too close to black. So them two was the ones he was trying to keep going. He was like, okay, these gonna be the finished product. These two right here are the ones that's gonna carry on and birth that which we want. Even when you look at well, I don't want to get too crazy with it, but yeah, but that's just something to think about. But like I said, they all go together because look, what they said, the caste system still going on over there in Germany, where the darker you were, the lower you was on the totem pole. Oh shit. So okay, so yeah. And yeah, while we here, before we get back to all the way back into the ride, go back to the movie South Central. Now, when you go to South Central, it's a character. They got an Aryan Nation. This one, Bobby Johnson go to jail, when he in prison or whatever. He gets to a confrontation with the Aryan Nation. The Aryan Nation, or the Nazis or whatever, the head of their shit was called, well, his name is Buddha. See, this is how slick shit is. That's that blonde, trying to paint that picture of Christ being blonde haired, blue eyed, but it's slick. It's more. It ain't. See, it's a little deeper because he don't have a long. He ain't wearing a robe and long hair. And nah, this motherfucker got short hair. He got the blue eyes though, blonde short hair, and he got the blue eyes, right? But his name is Buddha. Buddha is basically another word for Christ or whatever. But when you go look at the symbol, but it's the future Buddha. In India and Southeast Asia and all that. But I look at that shit. I was watching it the other day. I said, ain't that a bit? See how they take everything? They try to take it. So they take this character, and the fucked up part about it is the motherfucker in the movie, he in there trying to sodomize Bobby Johnson and them, or Bobby or whatever. But this is the motherfucker they gonna name or call Buddha. And really, Buddha is the black man. When they speak of Buddha, they're really speaking about just like Christ is the black man. So I thought that was interesting how they slipped that in there. So that's make you wonder about what's really going on when they get to making these. Because they say the movies are the biggest rituals they do. That's one of the biggest weapons they use against us. So it'd be like a lot of little slick shit. So that's like that movie. That part of that, or that element of that movie, is equivalent to when you go to church and you see that blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus on the wall, to make you think that, to keep you from understanding that the original Christ that's on the planet, or the Christ to come, is bronze skins or black, the black man or whatever, feet of bronze and all that old shit. So but I thought that was interesting. I just wanted to note that to show you how to watch for the little slick shit. So alright, we'll get back to the movie. Let's do a little recap. I know I already spoke on this, but I'll start from here again, because I want to talk about Esther Roll. Okay. Show you how she be all on time. Cause really the one I did yesterday, well, the second part of this series, I started yesterday morning in the wee hours of the morning, like 2 or something like that, 1 or 2 in the morning or something like that, 3 or some shit like that. But it was like 3 a.m. on November 8th or whatever. And plug the charger up for this real quick. But at first I was gonna do it. At first I was gonna do it the day before, but I'm gonna be honest. That 10-hour ride, that shit does kind of knock the little fight out of nigga, man. When I did that 10-hour joint, so a nigga had to recoup, and I ended up doing it yesterday morning, and everything was right on time. Because lo and behold, what I was talking about in that last one, make sure my lips ain't dry. What I was talking about in that last one, Ishtar, right? Remember when I spoke about when they finally made it to the land of the many mothers, and the lady asked Furious about her mother. She said she died on the 3rd day, and I gave you the whole Ishtar breakdown. Ishtar, Easter, Esther roll. The whole while, I was oblivious to the fact that it was Esther Roll's birthday. So we're gonna give a big shout out to her. And in the whole good time fam. Cause what else did I talk about? Oh, how see how really I can't make this shit up, man. I can't make this shit up. This shit is just happening. Like I said, I did the video and got on Instagram yesterday and saw that. But what else did I talk about? I talked about well, when the wife of Immortal Joe, the one that survived or the one that ended up staying on the trip with them, and I think even that, you can even look at that, because even when you look at her, when we look at Splendid was like even out of the two of them two, she was probably looked at, she was the one you can really look at as the whitest out of them two. Because when you look at the one that survived, was Splendid ended up falling off of the truck and ended up back in the hands of Immortal Joe, right? But the one that stayed stayed on the rig with Max now. If you look at her, she kind of got a little darker tint to her. But minus that, look at her face. She kind of if you look at her, she look like a damn witch or something, or like that's what she gives when I look at her. When I see her, she looks like a witch or something. And that witchy look is closer, and that's closer to the black woman, because that's, you know, I know you hear witch, first thing you think, oh, bad, but nah, witches is just the women who deal with the magic or whatever, magical women or whatever. So when you look at her, she got that otherworldly kind of, I don't want to say demon, because even that word is, y'all misuse that word. Demon is not what you think a demon is. Demon is just actually, when you call somebody a demon, if you was to use that word in its proper context, that word is interchangeable with genius. So when you be like, you're a genius, you can say you're a demon, because demon actually comes from genius or whatever. I mean, it's demon, daemon means genius. One's genius. the mental, the genius of the mind or whatever. Genius, the genie. But now when you hear, you think some negative, it's automatically a negative undertone. But that comes from racism or pseudo white supremacy, because the demon it actually refers to the black person's mind, the genius or whatever. So you flip that and say that's evil because that's nigga shit. So we can't tap into the genius or the demon, the demon that they do or like them. So we'll make that some evil shit and teach them that is, once we break them down and take their history and then start re-educating them within that re-education that we give them, we'll teach them that demon means bad or it's a negative thing. Therefore, subconsciously, they won't tap into their own demon, or that'll be one kind of weapon we can use to keep them from getting to tapping into their own demon or their own genius or whatever. Because they, just like the word nigga means divine, kundalini energy or whatever. But they program you to believe it's a negative word because they know that words invoke power. Just so demon, they be like, well, to keep them from, or as one tool that we can use to try to curtail them from tapping into their inner demon or inner genius, is to make them think that the word is fucked up. So we'll make them think that the word is fucked up. So maybe the less they use that word, the less they'll tap into their inner demon, i.e. their genius or whatever. So same thing with nigga. Tell them nigga is a bad word, or make them think nigga is a bad word. Then that's why they was trying to have that whole thing about burying the word. Remember when, and that could be a play, because I think what was it, Don Iman? No, he's the nappy head whole nigga or guy. What the fuck was that? Your boy, I think your boy from Seinfeld, when he called them when he called them hecklers niggas. See, I got into it with the people in the crowd, right? He called them niggas. That made a big controversy about it. See, this the type of shit you have to watch for, cause that can be the whole play. Like you thinking, you looking at that thing and like, okay, he on stage. Then the motherfuckers in the crowd get to heckling them and going off, right? Now I get it. Sometimes motherfuckers blow their top and say some shit they don't mean or whatever. And that could very well have been the case, or it could have been, look, this the plot. These motherfuckers keep saying this nigga word, and the ozone is heating up, or global warming is occurring. The earth has a kundalini, i.e. the earth has a nigga in it, a kundalini energy, the Uraeus, the Pharaoh wears. The earth has one of those. When that rises up, that can indicate danger for the white man. And this word, nigga, is a mantra for that. Now, not only are they delighting in calling each other niggas, our own people want to use the word. And not to disrespect them, they like the Ku Klux Klan and all that shit. No, they want to be niggas really. They want to talk and say the word in the same thing. That's why you can't, that's why people be like, I give you an example. I had a partner I was locked up with. Who was white. But then again, who knows? Because that nigga was kind of, they call it ruddy. He was, gangbanger and all that shit. He cripping and all that. So he probably really wasn't white. He probably was a nigga within, but you know, because even as far as his skin wasn't just, even his skin was like he was a white boy, but he looked like a Mexican. But he used to kick this shit with us or whatever, and just like a nigga, like, and he said nigga and all that shit too. I think he said he had ran into a problem with that like one time. why he was down there or something. For the most part, everybody trip on the shit because we knew we knew he was still a part of the culture. So when he say nigga, he's saying it like us. You know what I'm saying? Now you got some people be like, man, I don't care what it is. You ain't black, don't say the word. But it's like, come on, man, you gotta have a sense of discernment, man. See, a lot of people don't have that. That's that ego shit. It's like, if I know you one of the gang, if I know you grew up around niggas, or I know you were, or like him under his circumstance, he a gangbanger, he tripping or whatever. So if you know this man, because you got some niggas that be like, man, the boy probably have a problem with him saying, but he said he hardly had a problem with it. I think he told me like ran into a few niggas he had a problem with the word, him saying it or whatever, right? But what it's like, that's when you gotta have a fucking sense of discernment. Cause it's like, just like it ain't no different than niggas who grew up in the suburb area with white surfers or something. If you growing up with the Beach Boys and shit, eventually you gonna be dude tubuloso and all that shit. You gonna eventually start picking up their slang, and it ain't no different with them. You hang around niggas, eventually you gonna be, pass me the goddamn weed, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Not nigga. He's saying that because he's trying to diss you. No, he just talking the language. Shit, that's how we talk around him, motherfuckers. You get to calling him nigga, man, pass me the weed, nigga. Woo, woo, you know what I'm saying? So, take it back to the Kramer dude. So they looking at this shit like, just words are getting too infectious. We need to try to do something because this can very well have a connection with the global warming shit. Shit might be getting hotter because these motherfuckers, everybody's saying nigga. You know, when you go back to ancient times, that's what we did. Ain't that what we do? We get to saying shit, mantras and chanting shit and rain dance. You got to doing the rain dance. We get the rain and shit. So you don't think like this because you forgot who you are, but they never forgot who you were. They've been studying you when you was a nigga in shackles. They know all this shit. They've been knowing this, you know, at least the high up of them, because the regular white slavers was just toothpick chewing crackers. And you had the ones above them who's the top of the creme de la creme in regards to that, within their little shit, within their race or whatever. Them the motherfuckers that know. So them motherfuckers is like, hold up. We need to try to curtail the use of that word. We need to find a way to get these motherfuckers to stop saying that. That could very well have a connection with the global warming shit, the core of the earth heating up or whatever. So they could have very well had this nigga go up here, put the heckler in the crowd, had them heckle him, and then he go, oh, you fucking niggas, we would have hung you from trees, and then next thing you know, put that in the media, got an uprising, because that nigga Bobby was breaking it down. Nigga Bobby was like, he said, man, he said that shit happened. He said when all was said and done, about a week later, the next thing you know, you had niggas criticizing niggas for using the word nigga. Talk about, now we need to stop using the word nigga. So it went from criticizing him for slipping up and using the word nigga. He apologized. And the next thing you know, we on our own ass, well, we need to stop using that word. When the whole while this shit is, look, you gotta, see my grandma, see we in the land, see that mini mother shit ain't no joke. T. Jones, told you, Selena, mama side, San Antonio. Last place I kicked it with my mama, San Antonio. In the month of May. Peace be up on my mom's name, man. It was the last city I spent time with her in. But in Africa, mind Selena, I'll tell you, one of the connections I got with Selena is when watching the movie, seeing her at Splash Town or whatever. That was like one of the most memorable moments of the whole movie. 5 or 10 years ago, if you would have asked me what, that would have been the only thing I could actually remember from the movie was that scene because of me actually going to that same splash town in San Antonio when I was a kid. Now, this is key right here. Mind you, this is random. I just went to I don't even remember what store I got this out of. I can't remember. I don't even remember what store I got up. So, it ain't just me making up some shit. Now, look at it. She drinking Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola was my grandma's shit. She can't give her no Pepsi, no RC Cola, Coke, nigga, straight Coke. Now, they got an area in Africa in Chad called Nigga Cola. NGA Cola. Cola, the L and the R is interchangeable. So if you take the L, put an R right there, you got Cora. If you read this book right here, my go-to, you'll hear, you'll come across a page where they talk about the sons of Korah. The sons of Korah are the core of the earth. These are the sons of Korah. Actually, they're the blackheads. When the sun comes down and this goes up, and each one of these passes through the fire or whatever, each one of these becomes a son of Korah. Or you could say the little bitty specks of light or suns on each one of these black heads are the sons of Korah. Sons, little sons, little men, like the male child of the father is the son, the small version of the father, the small lights, the sons in the core of the earth. Keep that in mind, because that's gonna be important where we're finna go in a few seconds. But this is the core of the earth, Nigga Cola. You got another. You have to go on Wikipedia to find a Nigga Cola. It'll take you to Chad, Africa, or whatever. But then here you got another guy called Nigga Mayat, NGA. Nigga Cola's NGA, Cola, Kola. And here you got NGA MAT, Nigga Mat, or Nigga Mayat. What's nigga? Kundalini energy. This is the spine. Kundalini energy is curled down here till it raises up through the core and strikes the pineal gland. Nigga Mayat, no, Nigga Mayat, truth, justice, equality, the scale. When you go to ancient Egypt and you look at the hieroglyph for it, you're gonna see the winged lady like this. Right here. If you see the wings, the lady, that's Mayat. The nigga will be the Kundalini energy rising up. Nigga Mayat. Nigga Matt. Michael and Tommy. From the episode, your boy came through too. He's the great cackler. Sue. Tommy McHale Ford. I was looking at that nigga came through. I was looking at Harlem Nights, and when they went to the club, he was talking quick. He started laughing. He was like, ah, he laughed this loud cackle. So I was looking at that nigga. I'm like, that's it, man. And Tommy, you ever really just paid attention? Tommy always been like I think that whole job. See. That's what it is. See, he always had an air. That character on Martin, he played on Martin. First, he always played one thing about this nigga. He always played. Shout out to my boy, man, because he got up with me. But one thing about him, shit. What else I seen it again? Shit, Harlem Nights and Martin is like really. Now I know he probably got some other shit out there. I think I'm the only two. I think got some Harlem Nights Those are the only two I can remember. But I think I seen them somewhere else in some other movies or whatever. But when you see him in Harlem Night, I think he got the little monocle on and shit. When he laugh, he gonna let that laugh. When they up in Sugar Ray's, he gonna let that laugh. And he gonna be ha ha ha. He cackling. So I'm looking. I say, man, this nigga's the great cackler. Cause that shit came out. He sounded like it was perfect. Something about the way he done it. He just sounded real like that cackling villain. You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of made me look. I said, damn. But Tommy always had. There's always something about that nigga, man. And I think the reason being that mysterious air around him came from Martin, because the mystery of him was like you never knew where he worked. That he always told me, I'm finna go to work. You ain't got no job, Tommy. But if you in your mind, you be like, well, what that was the whole thing about it, I guess. You be like, well, you be like, I'm finna go to work. They be like, you ain't got no job, Tommy. Be like, well, if he ain't going to work, where the fuck is he going then? So it was always like that mystery. Like, where the fuck is Tommy going? If he ain't going, if he don't got he say he going to work, but he ain't got no job. So that, I think that kind of created a sense of mystery around him and shit. So he always been like always something special about that nigga to me for some reason. I don't know what it was, but I was looking at Harlem Nights and then I like the nigga that the 5 who to lift the what? Jack you up, man. But which is relevant to this shit. The 5 who to lift the what? The 5. Yeah, the 5. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that lifted what? It lifted you up. I just freestyling with that shit, but yeah, and sometimes they'll come through, and like I said, your human mind. It seems like no matter how far you get in this shit and how convinced you become within yourself, it's always that sometimes little slight moments of doubt. That's the top. Matter of fact, I think in the Bible, that's what they called probably one of the lost books or some shit like that. Not the mainstream shit, but the Doubting Thomas. Let me see what come up when I put that in. With the Doubting Thomas. See how it all get to call him up with a name and they get to popping up. What I was going in and saying was, no matter how far you get or how convinced you become in your knowing, it's still sometimes shit happen, and that Doubting Thomas will show up or whatever. And then the spirit will have to come back around and show you like, no, you wasn't bullshitting. You was on point. Let me see something real quick though. Now follow me, because it's all gonna it's all tying in. Look, as soon as I put the doubting in, well, it's a movie called Doubting Thomas too. When a black baby, well, this is what the movie is about. They said when a black baby dealing with racism and shit. I'm gonna go watch this. When a black baby is born to white parents, a family's life is torn apart as secrets are revealed. Their love is tested, and the legacy of racism in America hits its home. Oh, that sounds kind of interesting. But no, let me see. That ain't what I'm looking for. There we go. Okay, in the Bible, Thomas the Apostle is known as Doubting Thomas because he initially refused to believe that Jesus had risen from the dead. Okay, yeah. So that Doubting Thomas, that's one aspect of it, but it's that other part of you that you know, that doubt that tends to pop rear its head at times. So, I watched Harlem Nights or whatever. I said, nigga, that's a great cackler. Then I started thinking about his character in Martin and shit. And then, so I went and watched, after that, like the next day, I went to go watch, the episode of Good Times when Michael had joined the Warlords. And show you know that nigga came through watching that motherfucker. First of all, we back at my yacht. Michael and Tommy, right? Okay. Michael had a friend in the show named Tommy, who they beat up, because he didn't want to join the Warlords, which is the reason why they made Mike go ahead and join, because he didn't want to get beat up or whatever. So I'm looking at this shit. So when I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh shit, there go that Tommy again. Like I said, I was just thinking about it when I was looking at Harlem Nights. And then I went a step further and said, hold up. Tommy, name is Tommy Michael or Mikhail, Tommy Mikal Ford. I say, ain't that bad? They're like, yep, I told you. He's like, you ain't tripping, you know what I'm saying? He's like, this is how they come through. He's like, you on point. So I'm like, ain't that bad? So we kind of had a little, like I say, I keep on that, you know, I channeled that down. So, you know, we chopped it up or whatever, put it like that. But he wanted me to shout him out or whatever, throw him up in there. So call on Sue is the great cackler, cracking from the goose that cracks from the egg with the loud cackle or whatever. This, you got the egg right here, you know what I'm saying? It's the goose or whatever. So the egg, the baby in the egg, Horus, the baby, that's another form of the Horus. Sue, I am Sue. The egg, the great cackle, when the egg, when this would be the whole thing would be the egg, right? Or this would be the baby in the egg. But when the egg rises up, it comes up here, the cackle would be, see, this is the plane of silence. But everything right here is like this, is silent, right? The cackle is the or the noise that begins when the creation process starts. This is us pre-physical or prehistoric time, right? The physical life that we live in now is a dream. Merely, life is but a dream. So they say that the physical life that we're living is actually the dream of the soul that is asleep within inside of us or whatever. So when we start manifesting the physical reality, this goes up. And they say that the first words of the is sacred because those are the first words uttered by God or whatever, or the first words uttered by the universe. The the go back to your boy, almost. John Amos, John Amos, James Evans, almost. I was telling you in the last video, the that takes place when this rises up and the oozing of the light oozing this way, and the ooze or the Osiris Oz oozing down to create the bottom or the core of the earth. The that you hear going up, and the ooze, Osiris of the melody. So back to the dream thing. Your boy Michael. Okay, so go back to the movie. That's why I said I'm gonna do it over. Go back to the movie. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go back over where I picked up where I left off yesterday. Um. So all right. Now, mind you, your girl Toast, if I'm not mistaken, was we'll go to when Furioso see when she find out that the land of the many mothers had become polluted. Remember I told you she fell to her knees out in the middle of the desert in front of the sun, right? And I'll try to do a better job. I break it. If you go watch the Syrian Star Power video, I give you a breakdown of the Earth tilting on its axis as the light shoots from up here, from out of the core to up here. But so we'll say when that last bit of light is going up, the Earth will be tilting this way, right? But it's spinning. When it's spin back around and tilt this way, on the way tilting this way, the sun gonna drop back through here. You got to think all this shit's happening in the blink of an eye, so it's like boom, boom. So when this goes up and this turns while it's spinning, when it's tilt back this way, so it's gonna shoot up in here and go that way. Then when it's going back, so you got the process. It's like, okay, it tilts this way, boom. Then it got to tilt back to the other side. It got to go bam, bam. So when it tilts this way, it's shooting out. When it tilts back to the center, it shoots down. And then while the sun is going down here, it's tilting this way. So that when it's on its way to tilt like this way, is when the sun shoots back down. So when it's coming, so when the sun is going down, it's going down while the Earth is at an angle. But when it tilts back this way, it freezes. So it's all quick. So it's like boom, boom, and it freezes up or whatever until the sun comes back here. Boom, push the button and get shit back in motion. Because when the sun hits this, when the sun comes down and hits right here, hits the drum, the pulling process or the inhaling process begins, so the Earth begins to pull up and shoot off or whatever. But when they do with her prostrating or her falling to her knees and towards the sun represents just the knee, right? This would be the knee. When it tilts this way, that represents her on her knees with the sun shooting down on her, which is symbolic of the sun coming down here to meet back right here, while the Earth is tilted or on its knee or kneeling, just like they say when the sun is rising in the east or when the eastern axis tilts towards the sun, it's symbolically kneeling towards the sun while the sun is rising up or whatever. So that's what that is when you see her fall to her knees or whatever. That's what the whole that's why when you go to Islam, what they try to I'm facing the east. When they making a salat, they facing the east or whatever. They facing the east because they imitating the earth, whether they knew it or not. One of the Nation of Islam brothers did a good job on that. Back when niggas was debating and shit. he started. He went back to Kemet. He started showing how a lot of Islamic traits was coming from Kemet or whatever. I thought that was some excellent work right there because he was straight Nation of Islam, but he still kept it real enough to. And I forgot what he was even debating, who he was debating or what they was debating about, but he kept it real enough because some people don't do that. They just be straight up, brother, we ain't dealing with that. But he kept it real enough to show where all of it is, not just Nation of Islam shit, just Islam period, showing where all the shit come from, like the making the salat. He showed, I think he had a picture of a dude making salat. Then he showed a hieroglyph for somebody making salat or whatever. So in all actuality, when if you were to face the east and make salat when the sun was rising, so in words, what you're doing is the average person just be like, okay, I'm praying to God. But what you're actually doing is when you make salat and you face the east and you're on your knees and the sun is imitating the earth when you're on your knees, and when the sun is rising up, hitting that pineal gland, you get transmissions from the sun. I know that firsthand because I remember one of the most profoundest dreams I ever had. And I'll say that one. I might tell y'all about that one day. Bad motherfucker though. I had went outside and I had went walking or whatever. And I walked up into the front of the Starbucks and shit. When I was then I walked back to the house in the midday sun, so it was probably about like 12:30, something like that. Midday though, that's one of the best times to get up under that sun. You think just cause you think that you get out there and get black, you think that melanin just come to the surface for nothing, but really it's really a process taking place. But then I went home and went to sleep and had a profound dream. And to make it even take it even a step further, when I woke up from that dream, I went and watched Benson. Now a lot of y'all probably don't know what Benson is. It's an old school show. I forgot my man's name that played up in the. But I went and watched Benson. Now one of the names of the pineal gland is Ben, the Ben stone. You go watch the movie Problem Child. You got Ben, Big Ben, you got Ben and Ben Jr. Ben Sealy, his last name is Ben Sealy. Seal is a code word for black. The skin of the seal is black. Ben, Big Ben Jr. You got Big Ben, Ben Jr. You had Big Ben, which is the grandfather. You had Ben, his son. You had Ben Jr. But Ben's son, the pineal gland, the Ben, the son, the Ben stone, the Ben son, the Ben son. But I just want to get his name real quick. But I woke up and watched that, and all I'm gonna say for now is, I might have to put that in a book or some shit. Can't give y'all everything right now. I might have to mix some of this up. But I give you that much and say I watched Ben's son, pineal gland, but the dream was off the chain. But let me I just want to get his name. I forgot my dude's name. What's your boy in there? Yeah, Benson, he was a butler. Yeah, my boy, Robert Gillam, kind of hard to spell his last name. Willamy Gillamar. Guillalaume. Yeah, hell of a show though. Like I said, I haven't watched none of the new sitcoms, man, but um, I know the shit coming up, especially now knowing what I know. I don't know if I'm. That's probably one of the reasons I'm recognizing it now, because it's like now when I go back and watch all that old shit. First we just growing up kids, naive and shit watching it, but now going back watching this shit with all this knowledge and shit, I see all kind of shit that I ain't average person probably wouldn't catch. But let me see. So yeah, but that's the whole thing about the making salad or whatever. So, but yeah, I had to go back. If I ain't feel like I gave y'all it was irking me. I ain't feel like I gave y'all hold up, nobody, yeah. But no, I was just saying I had to where I left off at. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had to go ahead and I feel like I can give y'all a thorough breakdown of that. The kneeling of the earth to the sun. But oh, that's what it was too. The polecats. You want the movie? You gonna see the polecats? The polecats. The polecats is you gonna see them dudes on the sticks rocking back and forth. Teeter-tottering, the teeter-totters. That's referring to the earth tilting back and forth, the staff in the front. And that's why I say this shit is a jigsaw puzzle. Because later on, I think Toast gets Toast she ended up getting captured by More Joe, right? You're gonna see More Joe push her face up against the window, right? Now, for y'all that remember, like I said, you go back to the series Star Power. Oh shit. Y'all coming back around, Harlem Nights. Remember Harlem Nights, remember when Red Fox put them glasses on and his eyes got bugged, like they made his eyes come out, seem bigger or closer to his eyeballs closer to the glass. Well, when the moon finally blows off the earth, top of the earth, because remember, as the light goes up, the water does too. So all that water concentrate when, by the time all this goes up and absorbs up in the hill, all that water concentrates, goes up the hill, and so it'll go up, and then probably be like that last little layer, all that'll concentrate and freeze and turn it to the moon. So in all actuality, the moon will be hollow. When you see the full moon, the reason you see the full moon is because when the moon blow off the top of the earth, it's still an electromagnetic force field over it or whatever. That's why when you look at snowballs and snow globes or the crystal ball, when you look into it, the images, something inside of it, it look like, that's why it look like it'll something will be sitting at the center of it, but when you look inside of it, it look like it's pressed up against the glass when it's really sitting in the center. It's the same thing with this right here. That's why when you look at when Red Fox put the glasses on, it made his eyeballs seem closer to the glass or whatever, because he had the big bifocals on, two focals, the bifocals. So when the so although when the moon shoots off the earth, it'll look like this. what you actually see when you see in a full moon, when you see in a half moon, the full moon, what's really happening is the electromagnetic force field is causing this to push out or seem like it's pushing out. So where it seems like it's a flat surface or whatever, because you're looking at it through the invisible glass or the crystal glass or whatever, the crystal ball or whatever. But actually, it's shaped like a toenail, which you're gonna see in a minute, or which we're gonna make, what you gonna see the movie make reference to in a minute. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Since I got this book out. So I can remember what chapter that was. I think I can too. Let's see. But it's a part in this book where they say they make reference to the toenail of God or something like that. Yeah, I'll be out there. But yeah, but the movie references it too, so we'll get to speak on it some more. I can't find it right now, but there's another part of this book. This Ancient Egypt Light of the World. There's another part of this book that serves relevance to us right now. I might need to start teaching out of this bad motherfucker. My humble beginning started with this book. Like this part. Isis, we'll speak about Isis real quick. Isis represented in the Song of Solomon by the Dark Maid of Jerusalem is symbolic of receptive nature, the watery maternal principle which creates all things out of herself after impregnation has been achieved by the virility of the sun. Got a little quick nugget right there. It's a bad motherfucker right here. Secret Teachers of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. Okay, let me go back to where he was at now. Well, since we're here, I go to this right here too. The identity of the Greco-Egyptian Serapis, which is another form of Osiris, known to the Greeks as Serapis, and the Egyptians as Osor/Hapi. Remember I was telling you Osiris, water deity, Hapi, water deity, is shrouded by impenetrable veil of mystery. While this deity was a familiar figure among the symbols of the secret Egyptian initiatory rites, the arcane nature was revealed only to those who had fulfilled the requirements of the Serapic cultists. Therefore, in all probability, excepting the initiated priests, the Egyptians themselves were ignorant of the true character. So far as known, there exists no authentic account of the rites of Serapis. Serapis is just a later day version of Osiris, really, when the Greeks and shit. But an analysis of the deity and its accompanying symbol reveals the salient points. In an oracle delivered to the king Cyprus, Serapis described himself thus: A God, I am such as I show to thee. The starry heavens on my head, my trunk the sea. Earth forms my feet, my ears are the supplies. My ears the air supplies. The sun's far darting brilliant rays, mine eyes. You know that y'all put the relevancy on that to the movie. But yeah, man, this book right here unlocked a lot of shit within my mental state. Let me get back to where I was at. Take that money, watch it burn. Put it on. Damn, where did she go? Left well enough alone. Let's see. I think this is where I start my next round of videos from. Get up in here and do a little dance with y'all. Been a minute since I read this anyway. What the hell is this shit? Okay, put it somewhere right here. Alright, put that there. Now let's go. So, alright. So, yeah. Now, Zoe or Toast, after the prostrate scene or whatever, then we'll go to this. Then we'll go to the next night scene, and all the girls gonna well, except for Furioso, her and Max gonna be somewhat talking. All the girls. Now that whole scene going into the day until the daytime hits represents or in the creation process it would be one on it with my Holly rocket. My little magazine catching hell. Let me put it right here. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. Before we take out one more thing. My boy made the transition yesterday, man. Tony Todd, man. Tony Todd, better known to y'all as Candyman. Ain't that a motherfucking bitch? Yeah, man. Old Candyman clocked out on us, man. Who played a perfect Osiris, man. But Candyman was I did this breakdown before, but I can run through it real quick. Candyman is a Osirian figure. First and foremost, horror is the elder Horus. We get the word horror from or whatever. Candyman had the hook for the hand. Remember this movie when Max when he's trying to get away from the War Boys. Yeah, that'll come back around too. So I gotta go back to that too. When he's trying to run from the War Boys, when he run out the door, he trying to jump on the hook. That's they're swinging back and forth, which that's a reference to Osiris. Uh, him in the cave is Osiris. Like I said, they shaving him or whatever. Um, uh, uh, and it's crazy because I think that was yesterday or the day before yesterday. I was thinking about that one time I had one outside, 2017. I think I had like about one or two times. I had one outside, and bees started surrounding me. They started swarming around me, but they didn't attack me though. They were just just a nice amount of them just swarming around me or whatever. And I was like, wow, I'm just sitting there. I ain't moving, scared of nothing and shit. I'm just sitting there chilling. I think was that where that shit happened? Here or San Antonio? Damn, my memory getting a little fuzzy. But yeah, I was just thinking about that shit, man. And then yesterday he passed. But he represents the Osirian figure. Cause the bees are sacred to Osiris. So that's why when he opened his jacket, he had all the bees on it. Whatever. So yeah, man. Shout out to Tony Todd, man. I don't want to take too much time to get out the movie or whatever, but yeah, he passed on, man. Like I said, that goddamn Candyman. In my world, it's Freddy and it's Candyman. They're my two favorite. It's kind of hard to put one above the other. But I probably would have to say Candyman would probably be the top. I probably had to give it to him. I probably gonna give it to Tony. But they both bad motherfuckers though. It's hard to do that though, cause I fuck out shit. Freddy, y'all see that's the crazy thing about Freddy Krueger. That nigga, his whole thing is killing you in your dreams. But that nigga saved me in mine. That's a whole other story. But you know, dreams I had when I was young with it. I had like two with that nigga when I was a little kid. And that nigga came in kicking ass and saving me and shit. But I always was a Freddy Krueger fan though. He just it was so it was like a chaos spirit. You got a chaos deity or whatever, because it was so many different ways he fucked with you, and it was just it wasn't with Jason and them. It's just we come in and get you, stab you, like my sister Cassie, Kaya. She her nigga, she fuck with Michael Myers. That was her horror spirit animal, Michael Myers. But I fuck with that Candyman. That motherfucker. See, he had nigga scared like a motherfucker when the nigga was a kid. Like nigga wouldn't see that shit. I think I went see it on Christmas Day, matter of fact. So that was sacred, right? Some deep shit right there. Cause you know that's the birth of Horus, December 25th or whatever. He's the Osirian figure or whatever. With the bees and shit. Classic tale. He basically coming back to avenge his own death because they killed him back in the days when for dating a white woman and slave. He got killed due to racism and all that shit, and he came back. But man, shout out to the kid Tony Todd, man. Yeah. We got your teas. two T's, the black and the gold. Yeah, man. But yeah, them the top dogs to me, Freddie and old Candyman, man, and everything after that is whatever. But them the two cats for me, man. Uh, yeah. Um, so yeah, he passed yesterday, man. He went out on the 8th. Was it the 8th? Yeah. And that was Esther Rose's birthday, the 8th. Got them 8s. 8, 8. So it's all, it's all valid. It's all relevant. Let me get back to the movie, man. Shout out to them. Shout out to Esther Rose, man. And it's crazy because the only thing outside of Good Times, the only other movie I remember seeing her in, not saying it's the only one she played, but the only other role I remember her playing was like a voodoo priestess or something like that. So she took in with the magic or whatever. Oh yeah, let me get back to this too. Being all over the place. Speaking of this, the role. Back to the Good Times episode. Yeah, I knew I was fucking up something, but let me bring it back. But yeah, so I think I went off on a tangent talking about Tommy. But yeah, so Tommy, his middle name Tommy McKell Ford, Tommy Michael Ford. The episode when Michael joined the Warlords. This whole boy Tommy got beat up or whatever. I think they fractured his skull, or something like that. But the Warlord gang, they emblem was the same as goddamn Immortan Joe, cross skull and crossbones or whatever, or skull or whatever. The Warlords on. So all this shit is I'm saying how they got all this shit merged in together. So but the mother has to come and rescue the son because they find the jacket. Well, Mike got the Warlord jacket. They find the jacket or whatever. So Florida, Miss Esther, she questioned him down what happened. Woo woo. So many words he told her he joined because he was scared. Blah blah blah. So he told her he was going to go take that jacket and throw it in the incinerator. But he left and went to their headquarters. And he went to go tell them he wasn't going to be a part of the gang no more. Woo woo. So they hem him up. And he told Ratbone, who I guess was the gang leader, he didn't want to be a part of the gang no more. But he had dreams. And Ratbone was like, "What dreams?" He said, I got what do you say? He's like, you hear that? Evans got dreams. And like, you got dreams? Everyone's like, yeah, I got dreams. Even my dreams have dreams. Let's go back to what I'm telling you about this right here. When you hear him say this is a copy, you live in a, now they use the word simulation or whatever, and like this is a simulation of a simulation of a simulation or whatever, or an illusion of an illusion of an illusion, the Matrix. You say even my dreams have dreams, so you dreaming a dream and a dream and a dream. 7 levels of the dream world or whatever the fuck. But I can relate to that, what the nigga said right there though, because I back in like 2012 or some shit, 2011, I fucked around and Heavy D had came through. And his birthday was yesterday as well. So all this shit relevant. But when I had this dream, I think it was probably, yeah, it was like around this time of the year too, November, some shit close to Christmas. Yeah. But let me make sure. I think it's Henry's birthday or his transition day. Whatever the case, uh, I had a dream where I seen that nigga in a dream. We didn't talk, and he was just standing there with some glasses on, looking at me or whatever. And like I say, man, it's been a while, but I should have wrote this shit down. But it was either around that same time or in the same dream. But I remember having a dream where I think it was that dream. I think I had the dream where I seen him, and then I went to. I ain't never. That was the first time I ever did this shit. Went to sleep in a dream. So I was in the dream. Then I laid down and went to sleep while I was dreaming. I think I went to another dream after that. But so when that nigga said that shit about a dream, my dreams had dreams. I was like, God damn. But even that, rat bone. See, y'all niggas don't be. We be saying shit. Rat bone. I'm gonna show you what rat bone is. It gonna be, I know you might be saying this nigga's reaching. He reaching. No, it's an actually deity. Really, rat is raw T. That's an actual deity. Raw T, feminine deity. That's the feminine raw. But what is raw T? Raw is the sun. The T represents the earth, or the physical square that the light is crucified on, or whatever, or spreads across. So when you see the deity Ra, Rat T, Ra T, that's just another form of Osiris. He's the sun, that was crucified, whatever, the savior. Ra is the feminine, Ra is the masculine, the T is the feminine, the Ra T. The Ra T, backbone. I think it was another, on another episode, what is the nigga name? Mudbone. Let me see what happened. I pulled it up. I could be wrong. I think it was JJ got into it with I might be wrong though. Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, but who the fuck is Mudbone then? But yeah, so that's that was your boy Ratbone. Okay, Mudbone. Okay, let's see, go Richard Pryor. It's Richie. Fucking right, yeah, sure right. Cause I just watched this shit the other night. Live from Sunset. Richard on Live from Sunset, and they was asking that nigga to do Mudbone. Yeah, that's what that was. Mudbone, the melanin, the mud, and the bone. So, but like I was saying in the last one, he said, he said his dreams is widescreen, Technicolor, and in 3D. The Technicolor, Joseph and the Technicolor dreams. Put this Google to use on y'all nigga ass. I couldn't remember if it was Joseph or Joshua, I think it's Joseph in the Technicolor Dream Coat. Yes, Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dream Coat. Joseph in the Technicolor Dream Coat. This I just showed y'all this in the form of lights right here or whatever. But they were the chakras. Then this would be the coat. But these were the chakras or whatever. This the coat, the Technicolor Dream Coat. So yeah. That's the Technicolor Dream Coat. 3D. Remember this. From this right here, this goes up, this goes out, pushes that up, and makes it more three-dimensional, or incarnating into the three-dimensional zone, or whatever. So, let's get to it. Now, when they go to the scene at night, you're gonna see Zoe holding the cup, the Holy Grail, the cup. The cup represents the feminine energy, the receptive nature of the feminine energy. They're in the cup. This would be the cup, all the light pouring into it. Then it comes down into this cup, or whatever, the Holy Grail. She holding the cup. And they looking at the stars, and a satellite shot through the sky. Zoe was like, excuse me. She was like, that's a satellite. Miss Kitty used to say, Miss Kitty said it used to bounce messages across the earth. Back then, everybody had a show. Now I broke this out down already, but I go over it again. Back then, everybody had a show. So they say everybody had a show. It's talking about us being the stars, horoscope, because scope means to watch. Horror or Horus, these are the watchers of Horus. So the stars are watching us while we're down here. So it may not be no and the stars are the souls of those that are not in the physical world or the physical existence. So it may not be no white man in the toga up there looking down at you, but you better believe it's other motherfucking deities and entities paying attention down here. So one of the girls said, "You think there's anybody out there still sending shows?" And Zoe was like, who knows? The plains of silence. So when you say sending shows in so many words, that's sending transmissions or sending channels. What we say when you get spiritual transmission, what we call them channels, shows, transmissions. So she's speaking about shows, and then we go over to this part. Well, the chick that's pregnant with your boy Joe Baby, she talking to the elder. The elder was like, "You having a baby?" She said, "A Warlord Jr." on Mike, on the back of that jacket, it says Junior Warlords or whatever. And like I said, it kind of hemmed up. This is a television show. They got him hemmed up and up. Florida had to come in there and get him. The mother, she had to come in there and save him. Where they at right now in the movie? Land of the Many Mothers. So she brings up Warlord Jr., referencing Mike, who had on the jacket. The mother of the ma had to come in and save him or help him. Well, they help you save each other because she come in there, and but they referencing this in making a reference to that while in the land of the many mothers where everything was dark and blue, the starry sky, the blue starry skies or whatever. The blue and black of the belly of Nuke. When you go to Egypt, you're gonna see Nuke. You're gonna see a picture of Nuke bending across. She representing the sky, bending across. She's gonna be bent over like this, with stars all drawn on the belly or whatever. So that's what that's gonna be referenced to when they sitting on that, when they sit down and looking at the stars or whatever. The belly of Nuke. She said a Warlord Jr. And she said it's gonna be so ugly. Now, ugly refers to while they up here. Remember, all the stars, all this light that was in here, the majority of it shot out here and created the 7 rings of light out here, which is going to be the chain. When you hear about APAP being chained or chained and bound, or soot being chained and bound, those 7, that light that goes up around here, shining back down on the barren, frozen earth right here, while this light is up here. That's why when they sit on their mountain, they looking at the star. That's why they looking at the stars, because it's the scene where the starry firmament is created, because they pop up and all land up here, and all this light goes about the hill. But all this around a hill, remember they was carving and cutting all up in here. So this is the ugliness. Like my nigga Big say, you see the ugliness, Brooklyn Loch Ness. Because this is all carved up, unfinished, with the seed, with the little residual lights of seed left in between these carved up. But this would be like it'll be like we just look at it from before, it'll be like a mouth of a dragon. This is the APAP, the dragon, the ugliness. Ooh wee, you see the ugliness. The APAP dragon, the dragon of drought, the old hag. Because all this is up here, this is frozen. All this is stiff and frozen, and this is carved up, waiting for the process to waiting for the process to be finished, so everything can come into fruition as we know it now. But all this will be all carved and cut up or whatever. A gaping mouth, be like a gaping mouth you open up or whatever. That's why she said it's gonna be ugly or whatever, because the ugly refers to that. But then the lady she was talking to said it could be a girl. So what she's basically saying is it's both. It's on one hand it's soot or set, then on the other hand you look at the feminine version of it would be APAP or whatever. The Dragon of Drought. But and to go back to the shows, now I might have spoken on this already, but I'm gonna say it. I'll go ahead and break it down one more time. Now Zoe, okay, you got Zoe. She the one breaking down the whole process about the shows and shit, right? So Lisa Bonet, which is her real life mother, played on the what? Cosby Show. She had she played Denise. Now it was one episode. Now for one, you already know about Denise. Lisa Bonet, she was always like she always had that bohemian type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how come she always had like a, yeah, you know, back then I didn't know what it was because we was, you know, you knew you had, because the Cosby Show didn't really, which is one of the things I liked about the Cosby Show. When you look at it, it was just show, even though it was black, it was a show about a black family. You didn't really, I personally didn't see color, black nor white. It wasn't a black family trying to act white, and it wasn't a black family portraying stereotypical black nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? Or shit that would be stereotypical. And you didn't get, and then when Erica Alexandra them, the later episodes, you know, they brought that in, which was cool too. But you know, they came with the more of the. That's when that's the first time you really start to see the element of it that you can associate with blackness and be like, okay, that's nigga shit or whatever. Not in a bad way though, but you know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't no, you know, no negative portrayal of black people. It was just showing you the new. She was giving you Eric Alexandra was the way the show's way of giving you a image of some sort of black consciousness or whatever, or you know that was taking place in the late 90s, late 80s, early 90s or whatever. A light version of Nigga Them, nonetheless. But then Denise had that thing about her too. But it wasn't really necessarily nigga them. It was more so like of I would say that bohemian type of vibe, like a different type of vibe or whatever. But anyway, and she was always kind of like the different one in the show. But long story short, I think she ended up being conscious or whatever eventually, or if she wasn't doing the show, when she was playing the show, I think her and Bill had some issues or something. I'm not sure what it. I don't want to go too much into it because I don't know. I can't go into detail. But it was one episode though where she had to write a poem for school, and the name of the poem was "I Walk Alone." So it's like a real somber type of poem. So it was like such and such and such and such. It was like you have like 4 or 5 stanzas, and then she'd be like, "I walk alone, I walk alone." Then it'd be another 4 or 5 stanzas or bars or however you want to put the shit. But you niggas who don't know what a stanza is, and I might be using it out of context myself, but I know it's a line of poetry. But bye 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 bye. Then she'd be like, "I walk alone, I walk alone." So since it was like a real somber down type of poem, when when she finished, Bill looked at it and was like, he called it the Duke of Melancholy. The Duke of Melancholy, or that's like saying the King of Melancholy or whatever. Melancholy is a word for basically. It all goes. First of all, it got melanin in it. Melanin, mellow. Shout out to Big Mellow. That boy came through earlier too. But melanin, mellow. One of the words for melanin back in the game was chrysomellows. Now what's another one of the names? One of the words used to describe a somber mood would be like sad or a dark mood or whatever. Melanin, darkness, somber. Melancholy is a dark or somber mood. Let me give y'all niggas the Google definition. A feeling of pensive sadness, typically with no obvious cause. So, the word for the gloomiest of spirits, being melancholy, means you're overcoming sorrow, wrapped up in sorrowful thoughts. So, yeah, melancholy, melanin, darkness, or having. You be like, I'm in a dark place right now. I'm feeling sad or whatever. So, now the interesting thing about that is that was like, I think that episode probably was what, probably about the early '90s. I think it's one of the '90s episodes. Nonetheless, though. But anyway, fast forward to 2005. Green Day comes out with a song called "I Walk Alone," just like the song, just like her song. How I go, which is a bad motherfucker. Man. I first it came out while I was in jail, but badass song. But I cut for that motherfucker. But when I first heard it, first thing that came to my mind was Denise. I was like, damn, they got that from the Cosby Show. They say, I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Let me see. Yeah, this is my place. I walk these empty streets on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps. Am I the only one? I walk alone, and it's my shadow's the only one that walks beside me. That's a bad motherfucker. Love that shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's a bad motherfucker. That's bad. That right there. I'll tell you another bad motherfucker they talking about. It's talking about the Great Awakening. Imagine Dragons, Radioactive. Go listen to that. And Where My Demons Hide. Bad motherfuckers. Yeah, I thought that was interesting to know. Green Day, Zoe, Denise, the Green Place. It's all in there. It's all in there. So anyway, back to the conversation. She said the old lady had the rifle. So the young chick was like, "You killed anybody with that?" And the old chick was like, "Everybody I ever met out here." So the young girl was like, I thought you ladies was above that." So she had to go into the spiel and let her know. She had to tell her what Zoe already knew. She had to tell her, she's like, "Look, there once was a time where everybody had their own shit. Everybody had their own patch of land. Nobody had to kill nobody." What she's saying is not just reference. That ain't just a reference to a patch of land. She's referencing a time. If you put that, you take that and transfer it to us. There once was a time where we didn't have to do all this ratchet shit that we doing right now, or niggas do right now, or a lot of this shit would be foreign. A lot of shit we do right now to each other over trying to survive is foreign, or just a lot. It's like I said, I take it back to what John Henry Clark said, who was also a self-proclaimed thug, at least for a second. He said he had a little thug in him. He had the forgot what piece of my boy, man. I love John Henry Clark, man. I think it was he's a librarian. He's over fast library information in the spirit realm, but and he was kicking ass till he could. He could barely see him, was still reading, kicking that shit on them niggas. But in one of them lectures, he was talking about I think he was talking about he was shooting dice, or it was something that happened. I had to go find it, but he said he was like, I was once a little thug too. You know what I'm saying? But so there ain't nothing wrong with a little thuggery. Now I'm looking down at this paper, and I'm looking at the first thing I see is India, which is where the thuggy shit comes from. The word thuggy, the thuggies. But he said, he was like, back in Africa, he said we didn't have jails, we didn't have orphans. He said because we didn't need those. Now that's deep right there. That might sound, regular, but that's deep shit compared to when you look at. You couldn't even average motherfucker couldn't even fathom a world where you didn't need jail. Not much from this world, but once upon a time we was on such a higher level, a higher societal, civilized level that niggas we wouldn't run around here. See, we got reduced to this shit when they put us in a state of, which all this goes back to what I was talking about in the prior video, to one prior to this one. We were brought down. All this shit happened. We started acting like this once we got reduced to a level of that single instinct called survival or whatever. Once upon a time, we wasn't at each other's throat because we had everybody had what they needed. It was more of a communal society. It was more of a communal society. People were more in tune with each other. See, now everybody just go for self. It's hard to get everybody on the same page when it comes to shit now. As opposed to back then, you may have different the people in Nigeria may have been different than the people in Morocco or some shit, or well, there's two different lands. They might have had different customs and shit, but everybody had a singular mentality. They might have just been dressed up different, but you had certain rites of passages and certain things that we've done on a communal level that would prevent us from even going through or doing some of the shit we do now. And that's why I'll say the rest of that for a later date. But so when she say she killed everybody she ever met out here, what she said is she breaking down shit. What she was saying was we at a point now where we gotta protect the little that we got. And we know it is so fucked up that the average person that we see outside of us, if they see us, when they enter over here, we know 9 times out of 10 these motherfuckers coming to try to take something. So that's what she was trying. That's what she was trying to tell her in so many words. She was like, there was no need to kill nobody back then because everybody had their own patch of land. Okay, so yeah, everybody had their own patch of land. No need to kill anyone. Blah, 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 blah. So that was that conversation. So now you at the scene where now you at the scene where Max and Max and Max and and your girl Furioso, they on the clip where they staring. You gonna see them staring off into this white plane of it's gonna like white salt or whatever. But actually, what they're doing is showing you that they look actually showing you that they're here. Let me show you that they're here, looking down at the white moon in front of them. They represent the looking forward. Zoe though, when they was looking at the stars, they was looking back or up because the stars would be. They was looking towards the stars, which was on the outside that came from out of here. Because remember it tilted, and then the stars shot out of the sides or whatever. So they was looking at the stars. Zoe and Max was looking this way toward the moon or whatever that was beneath them. So Max said we'll never have a chance to get across the salt. So he's saying, in so many words, we can't scale the mountains and get back. We can't go here and here. The salt, they gotta go straight through the middle. So Furiosa was like, well, we're gonna leave the rig and take the motorcycle. He's like, we're gonna leave the rig and take motorcycles. One of them is yours. You're welcome to come with us if you want to. And Max was like, I'll make my own way. So they're gonna take the motorcycle. Like I said, I know I broke this. I know I touched on this in the last one. He said he gonna make his own way. Go back to our team about Green Day. I walk along, Max, the lone road warrior. The song originally being sung by Lisa Bonet, who is Zoe's mother, Zoe who plays Toast, the knowing, is all in there. With the motorcycle, the two wheels, refers to the two them up here. That's one, and that are the two eyes of the murdy eyes. Boom, that's the motorcycle. They went from the rig, all that went up in there. Now you got two motorcycle, two wheels. Boom, they going from this to that one. Yeah, that's real. So oh yeah, back to the I'm mixing something. She said everybody, when the lady said when she killed everybody out here, everybody that she ever met, one through the medulla, one shot straight through the medulla. That's another reference to the trip they about to make. Remember this, the medulla oblongata. When they go back down here, that's the shot going through. Boom. Basically telling you we about to go back. We finna shoot down to the underworld or whatever, and do the opening of the mouth ceremony. So when she explained to her that they didn't have to kill nobody back in the game, she pulled out a bag full of seeds. And she said seeds, heirlooms. And then she started explaining to her how the land the land got so bad that it polluted. That Yeah, and boy, Joey's wife was like, you playing any of these? She say the earth. She say everywhere we go, the earth is too sour to take anything. It won't take nothing. With another reference to how since the reign of the oppressor, this shit, his reign is synonymous with being out of tune with nature, harming Mother Nature, becoming the middleman between us and Mother Nature, fucking the seeds up and shit. Um, et cetera, et cetera. So that there, we already talked about them crossing the salt and shit. So Max, he said he'll make his own way. And I'll show you what that is at the end. But he says hope is he tell Furioso, hope is a mistake. If you can't fix what's broken, you'll go insane. Basically saying you ISIS. Your job is to fix or reassemble that which was broken. What does ISIS do? She gathers all the 14 pieces of Osiris and put them back together, right? So that the resurrection can occur. Insanity represents insanity represents the irrationality. When something is sane, it can be considered awesome. What they say when you go crazy or when you go through something, you have a breakdown or you fall apart. You have a mental breakdown or you fall apart. I.e., Osiris falling apart or having a breakdown symbolizes the insanity. So what he's saying is to reverse it. He's basically saying to fix it in order to cure the insanity, you have to put shit back together, put the puzzle back together or whatever. And then after that, we go into it. Right after that, you go into some more Osirian shit. Now they go back to daytime. You got Max on the hill, on the mountain, but this time he alone. And you hear the little boy saying, the little boy from his vision saying, "Where are you, Max? Where are you, Max? Where are you?" I.e., ISIS trying to figure out where are the missing pieces of Osiris. The little boy, like I said, the little boy represents his inner child as well as the Horus. So he's playing the Horus and Osiris. He's Osiris and Horus all in one. The Osiris, the whole movie. The whole movie represents the act of us remembering ourselves and coming back together as one, or becoming coming into the understanding of us being one. That's the whole movie. That's what they're in the commission of. The whole movie's symbol is ISIS. All the that's why I say get Naeem Akbar, ancient life from Africa or something like that. He breaks it down real good in there. But this whole movie is a representation of us. But you can say this part of the movie starts at our initial breakdown stage. Us going from a broken down stage and going through all the pains and travails and troubles that it takes to put ourselves back together. Max is Osiris. Mad Max. Mad, insane, scatterbrain, or what I was saying, the insanity, the madness is synonymous with the divide the 14 pieces of the body being divided. That's the insanity. In order to bring back a sanity, you have to remember them. So that which is what they're in the process of doing throughout the movie. So Max represents that Osirian figure, but his consciousness, the little boy represents his consciousness. The little boy is his magic, his prophet. You have to pay attention though. Just with he gonna have he gonna hit a "Where are you, Max?" And then he gonna have a vision of a little boy doing this. The little boy gonna throw the 5 up. He gonna throw the 5 up at Max. But this is a vision though. He ain't really there. But he gonna throw the 5 up at Max. And you gonna see a scene. It's gonna show you. He gonna show Max the future. But he gonna be showing Max how when he throw the 5 up, when he throw it up. First and foremost, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When he throw the 5 up, he gonna throw the 5 up and show him. But when he throw the 5 up, Max gonna have a vision of what's gonna happen in the future. But the 5 is, but at the same time, the shit that's gonna happen in the future is how the little boy is showing him the future and showing him what he gonna do to protect himself from what's gonna happen in the future when he throw the 5 up or whatever. So but he gonna have a vision of the battle he's gonna have where the nigga shoot the dart at him or shoot the arrow at him or whatever. So yeah, he gonna have that vision. So then, after that, he gonna snap back to it. Then he gonna see the little boy running down the hill, saying, "Come on, Paul, come on, Paul," because he's Osiris. Max is Osiris, and the little boy is Horus. He tells him, "Come on, Paul." Let's see if I can look up. I have a page with that Paul. Anyway, I just give it to y'all like this. But yeah, he was like, "Come on, Paul." So he's like, "Come on, Paul, let's go." Whatever. So now at this point, they all in a huddle. Now the many mothers is going back with them to fight. The many mothers represent. Remember, they represent the dark water of the noon, right? But now the dark water of the noon, since all the light retracted and shot out to the darkness, now the darkness has light to fight against the 8-pap dragon that's frozen, stiff, sterile, and barren right here. So you're gonna have the light on the outside shining or fighting or shining up against the earth to vitalize it and put it into that negated state, as well as the light coming down the middle or whatever. So now remember the OGs, they're not familiar with Kilimanjaro and Citadel and all that. So they was like, "We go back," and the old lady was like, "Well, what's to the Citadel?" They was like, "What's up? What's at the Citadel?" Then Zoe was like, "Green water, ridiculous amount of it." No, she said green and water, a ridiculous amount of clear water and crops. When she said, talking about Joe, she said, he calls it aquacola and holds it all for itself. Now, I don't know if she's saying agricola. I think she's saying aquacola. I don't know if she's saying agricola or aquacola, but I can give it to you any way you want it. aqua cola, and that's another thing I noticed about a lot of these movies too. Sometimes they pronounce shit. I think they do this shit on purpose. They'll pronounce shit in a way that's kind of vague. But I'm talking about the sons of Korra, right? Cola. Cola. Coca-Cola. Selena. All relevant. Cola, L and R, interchangeable. Core, you take the L, turn it to R, that's Korra, sons of Korra, Korra, the core, Korra. And once the sun comes down here, boom, penetrates there. This all goes up. As it's going up, the liquid that's frozen inside the bowels of the earth is loosening up and shooting up, coming and shooting up out of the middle. So I think she's saying aqua cola though. This is the aqua cola would be water from the aqua would be water, cola, aqua cola, water coming out of the core of the earth or the core spots or the springs of the earth or whatever. But if it's agricola, it's basically which probably was agricola. Both relevant though, because agricola, she says, a ridiculous amount of clear water and green crops. So the green crops would be the agriculture or whatever. And the cola or coral would be the water, because the water comes from the core. So one of the two. Zoe says he owns it, so he owns us. That's the white boy. Well, he owns it, right? So she said he owns it, so he owns us. So that's a reference to how he controls the masses through controlling the resources, right? You could take that back to when she was telling them we used to have our own land, we used to plant our own shit. Now, by us, you're not saying you got still people that got their own farms and shit, but you pretty much gotta have your shit together and shit to have enough land to provide for yourself. For the most part, everybody taking their ass to the grocery store like the regular people and shit. So he controls he controls the very way you consume the shit you buy, or the food, clothing, the shelter, the land. You gotta pay taxes. You can buy a house, buy the land, but you always gotta pay some type of tax on the fucking land. So, and if you don't pay the tax, they can come get the shit or whatever. So it's like you never really own this shit if you really pay attention. What else? For the most part, you gotta go to the grocery store to get all your food. So we can control how you eat through that, through the grocery store and all that shit. Him, instead of you going out and planting your own shit, it's like, nah, we'll do you the service of, we'll make it more convenient for you by doing all that for you. You just go to work and do the shit we want you to do as far as in the job industry, and come get your food through the grocery store and all that shit. The water, you gotta pay for water. You know what I'm saying? Which, see, that's one thing too. I heard somebody talking about, we gotta pay for water. Well, technically speaking, you're not paying for the water. Now, and mind you, I ain't, I bang on the system too. I don't fuck with the system either. But I will say this much. You're paying for a service. So when you look at water, not necessarily paying for the water, you paying for the service. You paying for the bottling of it, or you paying for, because motherfucker gotta get paid for that shit. You paying for either the bottling, you paying for the people that's going to pump it from the land, or the method they using to pump it from the land and transfer it to the store, or unless you're doing all that shit yourself, that's understand. You have to, the pipes and shit. Even you talking about the water, all that shit takes money or some type of effort to get from point A to point B. So it ain't too much. You gotta walk light when you talk about that shit, because that's understandable right there. Just like all this shit, you really paying for the service of it. I mean, like I say, that's that's. But just take it, because I can show you, I can tell it, I can be fair about it and say, well, you can the best thing you can do. But even that, they talking about shit. Even the seeds, I heard some shit about you can't even get. They talking about it's illegal to have real seeds and shit. So they done got real wicked with this shit. But you would have to pretty much grow your own shit to cut him out. But what else? Water and lights and shit, bills. Like Bobby was saying, he was like, he was talking to his mama, and his mama was like, yeah, all that shit you sound, all that revolution shit you said sound good, but what you gonna do with that white man cut your water off? You know what I'm saying? They control, that's how, so many words. This motherfucker, so when she said he owns this, so he owns us, so many words what she's saying is he uses this as a method of control. I don't know, I pretty much got that packed down packed. So now they planning on getting back. It's like we can go straight down the middle. It was like, how we gonna take the Citadel? Block the pass. They're like, yeah, because Moore and Joe them, they wasn't in headquarters no more. They was on the road trying to catch them. So one of the girls was like, yeah, we blocked the pass. Go back down. She say, only thing left at the Citadel, they ain't got no real soldiers left over there. Nothing but sick pups, little kids, and sick war boys. Now they go back to what I was telling you about the birth rate. When the baby died representing the difficulty that white people are having with having babies or whatever. The 0.01 birth rate or whatever. Because remember, what I told you in the beginning, one of the things the Citadel represents, that's where the water comes from. The scrotum, or the male reproductive system, or the reproductive system period, because women squirt water through one of the symbols of Osiris is the phallus, or the technu that you see in places like Washington. Like you see the technu, or the what's the other word for it? I forget that. The technu, which is the basically the pillar, which represents the phallus of Osiris. Then you see the pool in front of it. The IDC. The fuck is the name of that? I forget that. But the technu or whatever. And then in front of it is the water or whatever. So when she say, so when you go to the Citadel, the Kilimanjaro actually represents, in real life, it actually represents the it would be niggas, but what we're trying to say is, within the context of the movie, by him owning it, or by Moore and Joe, who represents soot or sterility, with him in control of it, by him being in control of it, the war boys being the sperm, or the sperm. Remember what I was saying about the beginning, where Max was running through that one scene when he's trying to escape, and he go through that water, he come out of the water, and you see the war boys coming from behind him. You'll see how that's resembling sperm in the scrotum, or the sperm trying to make its way through the shaft of the penis or whatever. So when she say there's nothing but pups and sick war boys, basically saying that he doesn't have the virility, the virility. His the war boy, i.e. the sperm that's in the citadel, is sick. He doesn't have, it's lacking in virility or whatever. So that's the she say the only thing left is pups and war boys too sick to fight. But you got when sperm is trying to make its way to the egg, what they doing is fighting with other sperm cells or whatever. So after that, you see them on their way back down to the citadel. They're on the motorcycles or whatever. You got the old ladies. The old ladies represent the Athena energy. They warriors. Whether the young chicks that was with Furioso, she comes from the land of the many mothers. So she's like the prodigal daughter return when she meet up with them. But they come from a warrior class of women. The closest one to them within the top breeders of Immortan Joe would be Toast or Zoe or whatever. But outside of that, the rest of them they like the peaceful aspect of femininity or whatever. So all the old ladies, they represent the Athena energy. So now when they going back, so it's like they went up there, got with the many mothers. Now they coming back to fight Immortan Joe them head on. Now they got reinforcements. So let me see. So yeah, let me see. Oh, this before they take off. I'm tripping. All right, I'm tripping. I'm running ahead of myself. But before they take off, they Max and Max and Fury. He was like, maybe us two together can go down here and come across some kind of redemption. Redemption, remember that. Then they shake hands. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is another deep part too. They shake hands. They finally, which they already did without saying so. They already had formed an allegiance or an alliance based off of their common enemy or whatever. But the handshake made it official or whatever. So now the scene flipped. Now they go back to Immortan Joe them. You're gonna see Immortan Joe in this squad, they sleep, right? You're gonna see Immortan Joe. He got a staff. He's gonna be on his, like, I think he's gonna be on his knee, but he's gonna be doing a Native American chant. He's gonna be like, hey, 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 hey. It's showing you that putting that Native American element into it. He's showing you that, see, the redemption of black people actually takes place in America. So the beginning of the movie would be Africa. They're gonna even, like I say, when you go to Gastown, when you see them going through that little hole, pay attention to the side, you're gonna see that the African shape or whatever. And hold on one second. Yeah, so what they saying is the beginning of the movie, that represents us when we was in Africa. Cause we fell, the beginning of us falling started when we was in Africa. So, more than, so you can look at it more than Joe by him running the Citadel. You can look at that as us coming to our fallen state, fall to a point low enough to where the other invading forces was able to come and invade us, right? That's us in Africa. What it said in the Bible, I will call my sons out of Egypt. Out of Egypt, I will call my son. Max, as well as Furioso and them, coming out of the Citadel, which is Egypt, that represents us coming out of Africa or whatever, or Egypt, or slavery and all that shit, or coming out of Africa. Coming out of Africa, when we coming out of that shit, we all the fighting and like with Furioso said after Max shot Splinter in the leg, she asked Splinter how did it feel? Splinter said it hurts. Furioso said everything hurts out here, basically referencing the struggle. So coming out of the Citadel, they trying to escape or get from out of the clutches of the white man or whatever. And them the struggle, all the fighting and struggling that they went through after leaving the Citadel trying to escape, symbolizes everything we went through in between back then, back when we was in Africa and or wherever we was at, because we was not just in Africa, it was deeper than that. But they used that in the movie, or it's a good way, just a good context, because average person just thinks, oh, we was in Africa, y'all took to Africa, and that's how we ended up everywhere else. But actually, we existed in all these other places anyway before that. That's why even when you look at the different characters, like when they go to Gas Town, you're gonna see the maroon, or you're gonna see the Gas Town boys or whatever. They're gonna have the horns, and they're gonna have the maroon. They're gonna be dressed in maroon. They're gonna have like dreads. They showing you Jamaica with that. That's the maroon. They up in the mountains, right? When you go to Jamaica, where the maroons escape to or whatever. They say paraphrasing. I don't know the story clearly, but I know it was something like the Jamaicans rebelled. They went up into the mountains. It was because of maroons. They went up into the mountains, and every time they that's the maroons. They said the maroons went up in the mountains, and like when all the colonizers was trying to run up in there and get them, they didn't know the land like this, so they couldn't never fuck with them. Whatever. But when you look at this part of the maroons, or the dudes on the motorcycle with the dreads and shit, that's like a reference to Jamaica or whatever. So they're trying to show you, like I say, even with the character, with the breeders, that's why they had different versions of them. Like you say, you had Cheeto. She was the Native American. Try to give you that, show you that niggas was in America too. She represented the Native American struggle or whatever. When you see them riding back to the Citadel, you gonna see the Native American regalia, the scarves and shit. What else? I said I touched on the Ireland thing. What else was it? Let's see, Ireland. But yeah, they trying to. But it's so many words. Like I say, when them leaving or coming out of Egypt, or when they say when they leaving the Citadel and shit, all that shit represents slave. The whole plight of the black man and the black woman or whatever is represented from their departure of the Citadel to the land of the many mothers to coming back. The land of the many mothers That's Isis, the many mothers. Isis, that's why I say you get that book, Ancient Egypt, like Naim Akbar, Ancient Africa, Ancient Egypt, like Africa. He break it down real good enough. But the reassembling of or putting Osiris back together, is symbolic prophecy, prophesizing us recollecting all of our knowledge and all our information and all our everything that we lost and putting it back together. Once we do that, that Horus rises from out of that or resurrects from out of that. Horus being the fighter spirit. Once we get all the information back, put everything back together, now we equipped with the knowledge of self to rise up. So when they coming out of the many mothers, that's the sun. When they get on the motorcycles and start going back to the citadel, just to split up. Like I say, it's them leaving the citadel. Osiris, 14 different pieces, or seven spears of light, 7 spears of darkness. They all divided. When they go up in the hill, come together, form the sun or Horus. Then that's what I was telling you about Hartima. Then he shoots back down. When you see them going back out on the motorcycles, the two wheels of the motorcycle represent the boy, this shit off the chain. Let me slow down. The 2 wheels of the motorcycle represents the 2 points of departure. From this part right here, Osiris going back to what would eventually be where the sun is going to be sitting at. So when they all reassemble and form the Horus, now they can all shoot back down and fight with the more Joe and the boys, which represents the sterility and all that down here. Now, when you see, you're gonna see once Max them finish their plan, that's when they're gonna go to the scene of Immortal Joe them, right? That's when they're gonna go to the scene of Immortal Joe them, right? So when they go to that scene, everybody gonna be asleep. You're gonna see the treasurer or the dude with the metal nose or whatever, he gonna be asleep, but he gonna have a war boy clipping his toes. He gonna have like a big elephant foot like thing, like an elephant, like he got elephantitis or something. But he gonna be clipping his toenail. He clipping the toenail because the scene, the shit that's about to happen is finna lead to the earth blowing off of the sun, and then the moon blowing off the top of the earth, the half moon, the toenail. But they all gonna be asleep because they represent what I was telling you about, the impassiveness or the stillness, the inactivity, the meditation. That's why you're gonna be meditating. When you hear Joe like with his eyes closed, he meditating. Like when you meditating, you still. Everything down here, remember, is petrified and still. The ooze came down here, started off as black ooze, melted and running, and then by the end of the process, it all stiffened or hard or became petrified. That's why when they say you scared, petrified. When somebody gets scared, what happens? They freeze up or get tense or whatever. But at the same time, this represents you in meditation. So, or the meditative state. That's why they're gonna all be down there asleep. And then when it's time to get ready to get back to business, you're gonna see the nigga with the guitar jump up and start playing the guitar to wake up them all up. Let me see. Let me get back to the movie. Let me see my notes. To talk about the agriculture thing, Zoe said he owns it, so he owns all of us. They said we can charge the rig through the middle and shut it off behind us. That's how they gonna take the citadel. Alright, warship. Okay, so now you got Joe. Like I said, you got Joe them sleep. The boy clipped the toe. He got the war boy clipping the toenail. They're gonna see they're gonna see that's what it was. They see they're gonna be, go back to what I'm saying. Remember, all this right here is carved up, right? With a little bit of light inside or whatever. This represents the soot typhon or the apap, the great the dragon of drought state, right? Which is what Immortal Joe and all the gang represent, right? So when Maxim is going back down this way, headed back to the Citadel, more Joe them gonna see him from the flanks or the side view, cause they over here. When they see him, they gonna be like, where they going? They're gonna be like, oh shit, they headed back to the Citadel. It's unguarded. Ooh, ooh. So they gonna all get up, jump up, and they gonna start playing the guitar and shit. So now they gotta meet them. So when the light coming down, they gotta they headed back. They trying to head back to the Citadel to meet up with them. Them heading back to the Citadel, in so many words, just is them getting ready to be the conflict or the push, because when the sun comes right here, it's gonna this the Valhalla, right? The man who grabs the sun. When we say the man who grabs the sun in the gate of Valhalla, what they're saying is this is the gate of Valhalla, or the hands. When Maxim come back through here, they gonna boom, push down right here, fill that up. This is gonna become the orb where the sun sits at. When it does that, all this is it. It's gonna be a vacuum effect. The vacuum effect gonna pull the earth up and pull each one of these black heads through the center into the earth, leaving I know this is poor representation because the sun will be smaller than that compared to the earth, but so it'll probably be like that big, but you get the picture though. After when it's gonna blow off, leave the sun right here. The sun is gonna orbit Sirius, and this is gonna go into its orbit right here and spin around the sun or whatever. But when the sun finally comes right here and this pushes up, the sun stays right here. It's gonna be fixed right here. But it's fixed right here. But it's fixed at the point. But its orbit, I mean, the point that it's fixed at sits on the orbit too, which is gonna orbit around this right here, or orbit around Sirius or whatever. So the friction or the between the sun and these right here, while it's pushing up through that, represents the fight between Mad Max and the War Boys or whatever, and more than Joey. So so they riding. Something happened to one of the engines or something. I think they said the engine. Oh, okay, that's what it was. He asked. I think this when when Max asked him, was he a black dog? And he was like, yeah. He was like, okay, engine one got blown. So what they saying was, remember, this engine one, it went up here, right? Boom. So when they say engine one got blown, what they basically saying is we leaving from this engine and we going downhill. So he tell Max, me and you fifth wheel, or he tell Nooks, me and you, or was it one of them? One of them say fifth, me and you fifth wheel or whatever. What they saying was fifth wheel. They going from here to downhill. So when they say me and you fifth wheel, what he basically saying is we going to the fifth wheel, or we going to the fifth wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the fifth wheel. So they riding and shit. I think this one I think around this time is when somehow more Joe kidnapped Zoe or whatever. That's when you're gonna see him push her face up. Her face gonna be pushed up against the window. Same way I was telling you about how when how the moon is shaped like this, but when we looking at it from right here, when it's a full moon or when it's in a position to give us the full moon, the electromagnetic force field, just like the snow globe does, it's gonna make this seem closer. So the inside, it's gonna look like this. It's pulled up right here to where it's a flat surface, but actually that's why when you see her face up against the window, that's what it's her face up against the glass, pushed up against the glass, is showing you that the reason you see a moon, like a full moon, as if it was like that right there, as if it didn't have an indentation right there, is because you're looking at it, the electromagnetic force field on the top of the earth causes it to seem closer. But it's saying rearview mirrors, even when you look at your rearview mirror on your car, what it say, the things behind you may appear in the mirror closer than what they really are. So that's what that is. When you see her face, that's the, you know what I'm saying. Then eventually Max gonna then I'm out of this kind of, this when all the melee take place. This pretty much most of this shit here is a lot of action scenes. This the last page of that shit. All this shit from here on out is pretty much just there's still some science in it, but there's a lot of action, fighting and shit. So I kind of lost. Let me go here. Yeah, there we go. That one. Last 2 pages. So we almost done, niggas. Well, last 3 pages. This is like where it's yeah, so you and me fifth wheel. That's when you're gonna see the fork on one of the trucks. The fork representing the fork in the road. They going straight through the middle though. The fork being 2 angles. Just the fork in the road would be there, but they going straight or whatever. So that's what the fork on the truck means. I showed you with gonna have one with the backhoe on it. The backhoe represents the hose or the garden tools that you use to dig in the earth when they was drilling through the earth or whatever. Then you're gonna see one scene when they shooting at Joe. When one of the ladies shoot at Joe windshield. The old lady's putting that work in out there. That's referring to, remember Joe, the war chest, the moon, the chest, the clear chest on it, the clear vest on his chest was the moon. When she shoot the windshield, when all this go up, this freezes up. So I guess that's referring to the fire and ice. When it shoot at when the sun shoot back through the center, it cracks through that, breaks that window or shoots through that window or that ice. That's the fire and ice thing. You read in this book, it's a chapter in here where they talk about the Hoarfrost giants and the fire gods or something. throwing snow in the hole, the other one throwing fire in the hole. Man, I thought I got in front of that. Where was that at? Okay, well, y'all look at this real quick while we here. Ishtar. The myth of Ishtar symbolizes the descent of human spirit through the seven worlds, or seven spheres of the sacred planets, until finally, the pride of its spiritual adornments, it incarnates the physical body, Hades, where the mistress, that body heaps every form of sorrow and mystery upon the imprisoned consciousness. The waters of life has the secret doctrines, cure the disease of ignorance, and the spirit, ascending again to its divine source, regains its God-given adornments as it passes upward through the rings of the planet. Can you get to that? Let me get to them. Let's see where it says. Might not be able to get to it. Let me see. Yeah, I ain't got time to try to find it now. At least I give y'all a little dose of that Ishtar. So, now, this is where it gets a little trickier with Ishtar. We'll get that in a minute. Hold up. Because like I was saying earlier when I broke down Ishtar, I was showing you when you live, this is before the land before time, right here. Everything I'm explaining now. So there's two ways you look at two. You got the heliocentric and the geocentric, I guess you could say. The one I broke down to y'all earlier in the other video represented Ishtar's descent within the circles of time. The one I'm going to show you now, which is heliocentric, is going to show you her descent, but it's going to seem like an ascent because she's going to be, like I said, you look at this. And you will look at it and see that as rising, right? But, on one hand it is, but then when you look at it on the occult level, the sun is the highest or center point of the center where the sun sits is the most significant point or significant area or whatever. So the descent in this case would be her actually rising up or going further away from the center point or the highest or the top. So this would be the top. It's kind of like upside down a little bit. But we'll get to that in a minute. And I'm gonna show you why I say that. When she shoot the windshield, that's a reference to the sun. Even though they at the point, at one point they already came back through there because them riding towards the citadel symbolizes them coming down. But when they shoot the windshield, Immortal Joe windshield, it's a throwback to when the sun or the bullet shoot through that icy block and penetrate on down or whatever. So you see through your windshield. Then you're gonna see a man with a black mask on. He gonna have a black mask, but he gonna have a little baby in the front. See, me in the back. Now that goes back to what I was telling y'all in the first video. The baby is Horus, so the baby's supposed to be in the front. But it's showing you that this is the backwards thinking, or the soot typhon, or the set energy, backwards energy, or the backwards thinking of the white man, because he gonna have a black mask in the front. He might have a little baby in the back, right? But it's supposed to be the opposite. The true way is supposed to be Satan get behind me. There's a Horus, or the baby Horus in the front, and the darkness in the back, or whatever. So the nigga with the black mask and the baby on the back of his head, he jump up and he shoot an arrow at Max. Now I just told you he's the backwards. When he shoot the arrow, as soon as he shoot the arrow, Max gonna have that vision or that memory of that little boy doing this. So that's what I'm saying. He gonna do this haphazardly, but when he's doing it, he gonna have that vision. So it's basically so many words. When the first time when the little boy didn't show it to him, that was the magic. That was him. Cause when Max do it, he ain't even have to, it ain't like he had time to sit there and, okay, let me remember. It's just gonna be second nature. But when he's doing it, he's gonna be having a vision of it when that little boy, because when the little boy done it at first, the first time when the little boy done it, the little boy done this right here. And when he done it, the arrow, you see the dude shoot the arrow at Max. So it almost seemed like the little boy was shooting the arrow at Max, kind of, when you look at it. But what he was actually doing was putting it in his subconscious mind, reminding him, putting it in the back of his mind, or giving him a reminder of what to do when the shit happen in the future or whatever. So when the motherfucker shoot the arrow, he got the baby in the back of the head. When he shoot the arrow, the Horus and Max, the foresight, due to you see the little boy representing the foresight, Max threw his hand up and caught the arrow. So he got the arrow stuck in his hand, and he fall back. So he on the ground like this here with the arrow in his hand, right? With the 5 over his head and the arrow in the 5, representing what? At one point, it's the head. They all going downhill, right? The arrow symbolizing them coming downhill. The 5 palm representing the 5th, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the center. Him catching the spear or whatever, protecting the pineal gland. But he catch it with that 5, and he fall back. Then after that, you hear the little boy. You hear the little boy saying, "Stay with me, stay with me, stay with me, Max, stay with me." He's hearing it, the vision. He in his conscious, in his mind, he's hearing the little boy. He's hearing it as the voice of the little boy. With the more, but he ain't fully conscious. But the more and more, when he finally come back into his conscious, what he gonna realize is it's the one of the women telling him to stay with us. So he goes from hearing it in his mind, basically his conscious mind representing Horus or whatever. He hearing his conscious minds tell him that. But then when he come to, it's the woman saying, you gonna hear the little boy voice fading into the woman's voice saying, stay with us, Max. So, see. Yeah, stay with me. As you saying, stay with me, Max. Stay with me. So he on his back. That's the Jesus thing. The Jesus, when he was nailed to the cross, he had a nail in the palm, nail in his palm, and a nail in his feet or whatever. So that's a reference to that. And Max and Furiosa represents the feminine half of the Christ. He represents the masculine. So her Christ shit comes right here. Same nigga with the black mask. He stabbed Furioso in the side, just like Jesus got stabbed in the side or whatever, right? Or stabbed in the side or whatever. So after that, one of the old ladies jump up. Yeah, that's another thing too. The old lady, the one who was telling old girl about how they didn't have to kill nobody back in the game. She end up one of the blades end up hitting her in the neck and the ear or something like that. When she go to the Elysium field, when you don't see it, but after it hit her, she fought like once the blade hit her, cause like old ladies, they don't want to see. Max them needed them old ladies because the girls they was with didn't really have no fight skills outside of Zoe or whatever. But shit, even Zoe got fucked up because and more than Joe probably knew that he had to get her. So I forgot how they ended up kidnapping her, but they ended up she ended up being, like I say, Joe ended up having her in the car with him. So which is interesting because remember the bullet former was the war aspect, and the metal nose dude was the treasury or the money aspect. Now, in more Joe just so happened to get his hands on. He ended up capturing Toast or Zoe. So he got her to call with her, hold her hostage. Now, you're gonna see Max using you're gonna see Max. See, that's the thing too. Once you say Satan get behind me, and you put Satan or soot in his place, once you do that, then you make him work for you. It goes from, if you let them lead, it's gonna be working against your best interest. But once you put him in his place, or i.e. you balance out your masculine and your feminine side, Satan get behind me or soot get behind me. Now you got the power of him behind you. So now, when you got the shit balanced out, you can use it as a weapon. That's why you're gonna see at this part of the movie, you're gonna see Max doing a lot of shit that you're gonna see him on the like at first the pole cast was just with Soot in them or your boy Joe. You're gonna see him, man. You're gonna see him jumping on the pole shit, fighting from the pole or the teeter-totter or the back and forth teetering of the earth. You're gonna see him doing that, and I think that's how you're gonna end up getting Zoe back. But first he gonna even this here, for example, perfect example. The nigga with the metal nose, he's one of the SIBO, or he's one of the he's on the side of evil or soot, right? When Max gonna jump in the car with him, and they ride. I think he take the gun. I think he take the nigga gun, the metal nose motherfucker gun, and then so Immortal Joe starts shooting at Max. Max take the metal nose motherfucker and use him as a shield. So instead of killing Max, he kills the metal nose motherfucker. I.e., he using the power of Satan against him, against the fucking enemy or whatever. Or the evil, he using one of the bad guys against him. So he put the nigga in front of him, boom, use him as a shield or whatever. So he somehow he get out of that or whatever. I think that's when he get on the pole. No, okay, he do that. Then the next thing he do is he go to the remember you got your boy with the blind motherfucker with the guitar playing the rock and roll and shit. Max jump on that truck and start fighting on that truck. He take the remember the guitar was shooting fire out the top, right? You can see the guitar shooting fire. What that represented, this is the guitar right here. Remember, these represent the 8 octaves of music. This is the guitar. See it? Shout out to Jimmy. Shout out to my boy Jimi Hendrix, man. This is the guitar. The harp. See? Harp or the guitar. Rockstar. What's Mac's name? Max Rocktansky. Rocktansky. But you got the fire shooting at the top of that motherfucker. Guitar. The fire when it's shot out of here. And then ultimately what it's gonna represent is this. Which is about to happen once the earth shoots off the top of the sun or shoots from the sun. That's the fire shooting through that bar. The guitar. So you can look at your boy with the and you want to take this back in the real time. The dude with the guitar, dressed in all red, the root chakra. Back to what I was telling y'all about how they were saying he represents like that aspect of Christianity where they say the devil was an angel of music at first. He blind, the dark. So he's in the darkness, like soot or whatever, playing a guitar. You can look at that as a music industry because that's one of the ways. That's one of the weapons that, like I was telling you about how they took hip hop from us, right? That he playing rock and roll, but ultimately you can look at that as like hip hop. Music, period. A lot of shit they do through the music, but what they do with hip hop. First they scoffed at it. Then they brought it in, let niggas have it, get fancy. Then they took it, killed the conscious aspect out of it, and started using it against us or whatever. They started using it for their good. So when you see Soot them, or more than Joe, when it's time to go to war, he got him playing the guitar. What they saying was the music, hip hop was once our shit, but now, he's using it for his benefits or whatever. So when you see Max jump on the because they got a lot of speakers on it, and which the speakers represent the all eyes on me or the eyes. Remember I was telling you that all this had little bitty eyes, little bitty specks of light representing his little eyes or whatever, which is in the Bible. So I can't remember what chapter, but you will see that in the when you go back and look at one of the videos I did on Pop. But you're gonna see him playing he's gonna be playing a guitar, but he's gonna have, remember this the guitar. You're gonna have all the speakers or conical circles behind them. That's gonna be the eyes or whatever, but it's gonna be the guitar. Because I'm thinking the Bible, they say all had the little eyes that were singing or whatever. The speakers is gonna be, you'll see it when you look at the movie. So they took hip hop, weaponized it against us or whatever, and so when Max jumped on the thing, he started fighting the war boys on that motherfucker, and you gonna see him take the guitar, hold it for a minute or whatever, take a little bit more ass, and then he gonna I think after that is when he gonna jump on that pole. Pause. When he gonna jump on the pole thing. Hold on, let me see. Okay, nah, first year. All right, I had it right. He jumped in the treasure. He jumped in the car with the treasurer. Yeah, he took the revolver from the metal nose. And then he used him as a shield when Morton Joe started shooting at him. And then Fury also said, "I'll get him out of our way, Max." Talking about your man, Morton Joe. Yeah, that's when Max jumped on the music truck. He grabbed a guitar, whatever, go to fighting or whatever. Then Cheeto, the Native American girl, she I guess Rick this was her dude or something because she had some type of affection with him. So she trying to go back to Rick. She actually tried to go back to Richter's early in the movie, and they caught her and stopped her or whatever. And then she tried to go back this time towards the end of the movie or whatever. One of the old ladies jumped up on top of the truck or whatever, like big boy, and started going to war with that's why I say this shit got some big Mo shit in it. Mo must they got some Mo in this motherfucker. Cause one of them scenes, a few times you gonna hear them say they gonna say gasoline. They gonna say guzzling, like guzzling, Yeah. When the lady when she jump on the, it might sound like I'm reaching, but trust me, my Southside player niggas know. You from the H, so this part right here, you probably ain't gonna get it if you ain't from Houston. But that's why the shit resonating with me. But boys know. Pay attention to this. She gonna jump on the old lady gonna jump on the can't forget about the apothecary, that's what I call it, with the seed bag. She got hit in the neck or the ear or something. I think the ear. She fall back in the seat. And she got like a slight smile on her face. Basically saying, which basically trying to convey what is, because we've been trained to look at death as totally bad, but she looked at it, that smirk she got on her face when she died, she looking at it like, she finally released and going into the real land of the the green place, which is the Elysium field. Because really, the green, when you hear, she's talking about the green place, when you hear Furioso speak about the green place is actually, she said she was stolen from a child, right? The green place actually is the spirit realm, or the realm where you go to after you pass on or whatever, right? Or back towards more of this state. Because remember, this is pre-physical state. Just like when you make the transition from out the body, you go to a non-physical state. You need physical. So she said she's trying to get back to the green place. The green place in the cult, in occultism or head knowledge is the Elysium fields, the Nirvana, Sweet by and by, all that. That's why in a lot of movies you'll see, like in Gladiator, when you see them running through that green field and shit, that's like a symbol of heaven or whatever. So that's why when you see her fall back in that seat after she get hit, the first thing she gonna do, look at her face. Like, hold on, let me put it up close to it. See, this is where you gotta really, really, really tune in with your third eye for real. Cause I ain't gonna even really explain this shit to. Okay, you see that? And I can see it. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, but this is her. This that old lady. She went back there. Look at the way she looked, and then look at this. That smile, that little smirk she got. It's like this right here, the little smirk she got on her face. Cause she's going back to the Elysium fields, right? When she pass on, before she die, you gonna see her reaching back, right? She's reaching back. She's going back to this. What she's literally reaching for is the seed, that bag she had with the seeds in it. She was showing old girl, she reaching back for that bag, that seed, because for one, that's the medicine bag. So when she get hit, the first thing she thinking is heal. She got to heal herself before she pass on. So she trying to grab the medicine bag or the seed bag, the bag with the seeds, seeds. So with Furioso, that's why when she was like the green place, they told when they told her they had to leave the green place, or they was like we couldn't one of the breeders, I think the one that was pregnant with Joe Baby, was like the place with the creepy place with all the crows. All this, she was like, I was like, oh, the land was polluted. The berries was poisoned. The ground was poisoned. We couldn't grow nothing. We couldn't grow no crops. Woo, woo, woo. That's referring to this. They talking about, she's saying the green place, but what she's actually referring to, what Furioso say, she got kidnapped from there when she was a child, right? She got kidnapped, or this is her when she was a baby, right? So her getting kidnapped from there would be when this is kidnapped or shot up to here, boom, right? Same thing, the 2 points in between each other. But her getting kidnapped, this the baby, her the child, being sucked up by the dark waters, or no more, the APAP mother, whatever you want to call it, being sucked or kidnapped by the dark forces. Dark Vader, dark forces, the seed, the light in it, shoot up. So she trying to, it's really like the same place, really, because remember all this shit is one. But the place she's trying to go back to, or the place she coming from, she's talking about her feminine half, which is the darkness. That's why they say when they was riding to meet the many mothers, when they went through the place when they told her where the green place was, told her y'all had already passed it up. She was like, we came from that already. The darkness we was in before the world came into fruition. The physical world had to come into fruition so that we can go through this process of refinement or whatever. So we come into the physical, but we gonna refine ourselves through the process that we go through by creating the physical, and the shit that we going through in the physical, we will find our spiritual self. But the green place represented a prehistoric state where nothing grew, nothing. Remember this right here, this the top. Go back to the process before everything jumped off. Light down here, seed in the middle, porous, whatever you call it, the eye slit, eye horse, however you want to put it. The dirty maw, the dirt, the oil, the melanin, the oil. How the movie started out? Oil wars, oil. We're fighting for oil, stupid, and all that shit. That's referring to all this right here. So when he's talking about the oil, beginning of the movie, beginning of time, prehistoric times right here. Oil, the water, the water, the moisture is inside of the melanin up here, or from a bird's eye view, right here, the whirlwind right here, the whirlwind with the wind, the water, the oil, the melanin, the goo, the quote unquote scum of the earth, scum, not the bad way, but the scum, ooze or whatever. Nothing couldn't grow because it didn't have any vitalization. That's why when you gonna see when they on their way to the land of many mothers, like I said, when you see the land with the dude walking on the stilts and shit, this is the stilt. So the land of the green place, or the place she's trying to get back to, symbolically, when you see walking on the stilt, see, this is the place she was. This is the feminine state before everything kicked off, right? all of this transferred down. When this light came up, this transferred down here. So when you see them walking on the stilts, it's speaking about the stilts represent the let's just say this was the leg, then it's the mud, this the stilts in the mud or whatever. So you see them walking on the stilt, which they referring to is the leg within the mud. That's why they said they couldn't grow nothing. You're gonna see when I have to go ahead and do that breakdown too. When you go watch She's All That. When she on the beach talking to Zach, and she trying to get out of going to that party. She was like, I gotta clean my house. It's too dirty. He was like, too dirty. She was like, yeah, it's real dirty, like unlivable dirty. Just like they couldn't live when you come back to Mad Max. They couldn't live when she told them we had to leave that place because wouldn't nothing grow. The land was polluted. We couldn't grow nothing there. So many words we were saying was they didn't have the vitalization of the sun or the seeds there yet. It was just straight darkness or whatever. So and She's All That. She says it's unlivable dirty mob, the dirt, not dirt for the dirt in a bad way, like, oh, you filthy little niggas. No, dirt, soil, melanin. She said unlivable dirty. Unlivable. You can't. This is unlivable because it ain't nothing but darkness, melanin, water, and drop, but it ain't got the seeds in the creation. It ain't created yet. So what Zach does is he says Zach is head of the soccer team or whatever, right? He gonna send the what they call them motherfuckers, junior varsity. He gonna send the junior varsity. He gonna send the junior varsity soccer players to go clean the house so he can take her out or whatever. The junior varsity players represent the light that comes up here. He's the big dog, so he's going up the center or whatever. I gotta go back and check that out, but I'm just giving y'all a little sneak peek. But he's the big dog, so he's going up the center. The soccer, the JV cats, he's gonna send them clean up her house, or i.e. make way so that just make this livable. They represent the light that's gonna come up through here, go to the flanks, and carve, cut, create everything, the mold and shape everything that's gonna be needed for us to come into a physical fruition. The shape, the molds of everything that shall be. The light of Ptah is coming. So even though, like I say, that's why you can't just get stuck in one way of looking at it. Because yeah, you can say, oh, that's the APEP and the frozen and all that, but it's all a part of the process. So all of that carving and cutting it is doing, and molding is molding the shapes for our physical bodies, trees, the rocks, and all that. So when I was telling you about it was a gaping hole, that was the mold for everything that was to be or whatever. So the junior varsity team, i.e. the smaller team or the smaller team members or the smaller team members represent the smaller lights coming up here and cleaning out Laney's house for her or whatever. So back to Mad Max. So you're gonna see that smirk on her face or whatever. What else? Let's see. Alright, jump on music show. Grab a guitar. Do a little fighting up there with the guitar shit. Cheeto tries to run back to Rick this. But yeah, that's what I was saying too about but just keep your eye on it when they go into the land of the many mothers. Pay attention to the part where the men walking on the stilts and they get stuck in the mud because it's representing that unlivable muddy condition or whatever. But when the lady, that's what I was telling you about the Big Mo shit. Look, the lady jump on the rig, or the lady go, or she, no, the lady, or one of the old lady go at Rick, and she like, big boy. Man, I told you, when the niggas, you say gasoline, you say guzzling, big boy. One of the last tapes Mo made was called Four Corners of the World. They ain't gonna bitch that boy say big boys over that Biggie you dead wrong beat. That nigga, him and who Mo hang with, Horace and Toon. Big boys. I think all them boys was in there that night. This shit is involved. Four Corners of the World. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bad Motherfucker, one of my favorite screw tapes. Yeah, that's check that out though. Shout out to my nigga Mo Yo, man. Matter of fact, that video I did, this is a video I did on my Instagram page with I'm listening to a screw tape. When I start talking on that motherfucker, there was a channel. One of them screw came through. He gonna hear me say, like, y'all ain't pushing out there. Woo, woo, woo. I had to catch in my goddamn self. And then I was like, I don't really dance. I was like, every now and then I get drunk enough, I get up there and cut a rug. That was Mo Yo coming through. I didn't catch it until I went back because your boy Buff from the Fat Boys came through that Saturday. That's up there too. And the Can't You Feel It video I did with the Can't You Feel It in it. But go check that shit out. That's really some H-Town. That's some hometown shit right there. You a nigga from, if you familiar with the culture, talking about the Houston culture, you will see it. When you go listen to that video, you'll be like, you based so many words. Even if you don't even get into all the channel and all that shit, you used to hear me, you be like, that nigga kind of remind me of Screw when he said that, because that's how it hit me. And then the other part after that, that's Mo Yo. Furioso finally get up on she finally get up on Joe's car, and she got a chain or something attached to one of the wheels with a hook on it or some type of shit. And let me see. I don't want to go ahead of myself. Yeah. So she finally get up on Joe's car, and she scream out, "Remember me!" And he look at her. She put the shit on it, whatever it was on his mask, then let go, and the tire spinning, pull the mask off of that boy, and rip half his face off and shit, take his gas mask off and all that. Just like you gonna see Rick, one of the ladies gonna shoot his gas pack in the back. What that represents is, remember all this shit, there's gas down here, this stuff. So when this comes down and hits that, boom, and then it starts going up, gas is gonna be shooting out from the core of the earth or whatever. So when you see his gas mask get shot off, that's what they were referencing or whatever, or the gas packs and shit. Then you got the chick with the blue eyes, the one that was pregnant with the baby from Joe. She grabbed a medicine bag. The one that was talking to her when they was at who was talking to the old lady that died. So it's almost like she passing down the trait to her, whatever, passing down the knowledge to her. She, the old lady died. She when the old lady died, she get the medicine bag from her. Nooks, he ended up back with the war boys. He driving. Rick is on the top of the car he driving on. So once he see they done killed Joe, he was his old man. He lose his mind and go crazy. He kamikaze on them boys. He cause they still chasing. They the last. It's the last pursuit vehicle. It's him and Nooks. Nooks driving. Him on the hood, and Furioso in front of him or whatever. They about to go through the little canyon thing or whatever. So I guess he gave up and said, "Fuck it." Now you gotta pay attention to this part. When Furioso them shoot through the hold on, I'm missing some shit. Okay, yo. Yeah, all right, we on point, yo. When Furioso them go through the hole, i.e., they going through that last, because all that shit they were just going through represents the earth pushing up until finally this happens or whatever. So when they go through that last, you see them go through that canyon, that represents that last root chakra. That last root chakra passing through the sun, and then the earth blowing off, the sun being right here now, and the earth blowing off the top of it or whatever. That's why once that happens, that's Ishtar. This is the jury of Ishtar. They say when jury descended into the underworld, she had to come off all her jewelry or whatever. So it was like, I think the earrings, necklace, earrings. Hold on. I think it was the crown, your headdress, earrings, necklace, girdle, some other shit. But each one of these represented an item of jewelry she had to come off of, because when the sun, as each one of these passing through the sun represented, because in order for your Kundalini energy to rise up to the pineal gland, you have to get rid of the blocks, certain blocks through life, and certain shit that happen to you in life create certain blocks in your chakras. So you have to learn how to unblock the chakras or whatever, so you can get a straight path for Kundalini light to shoot from the base of the spine straight through. Set up your ladder or whatever. So when Furioso ripped the mask off, remember this soot right here. Remember, so the ripping the mask off represented, you can look at it as a little mask. The whole thing, when she ripped the mask off, remember she put the chain to his shit. Look, it's gonna look like, it kind of look like that shit too when you see it. She's gonna put like a spear or something on his, hook something to his mask, and then that shit gonna turn a tire and pull his mask off. Each one of these going up, the mask symbolizes the block. So each one of these has a mask on it. These are called the muzzles of soot in Egypt. So the opening of the mouth ceremony represents the removal of the muzzles. So each one of these going up and busting up, being devoured by the sun represents the removal of each muzzle, or the removal of the mask, or the removal of the block on each one of your chakras or whatever going up. This whole thing being the mask, so when it all goes up, when she say remember me, remember me. Remember means to remember, take the memories that were split apart, that was dismembered, and remember them or put them back together so they come together. The 7 that was separated with the blocks on them right here. This is when they talk about the heart teamer setting up the red block of execution. That's the busting through that red block. This represents the woman going into her period stage. That last chakra go through there. Now remember, when this process is taking place, the water from the earth that's in the bowels of the earth, as the earth is shooting up, passing up through the sun, the waters is shooting up through here. This is the spring. It's like a spring right here. So you got the gases and the liquids and all that shit shooting up. I'll even go as far as to say they're just not get too complicated about it right now. That water that was frozen inside the bowels of the earth, as this is raising up and passing through the sun, is shooting out. It's called drowning. This is drowning the 8-pap dragon, the old dragon, because now it's going from the state of negation and drought to all of the water that's frozen. Not only is the water shooting up from the bowels of the earth and coming up like the spring water, when the earth blows off the top of the sun, the moon blows off the top of the earth, and the water falls back down on the earth from the moon. But remember, the moon is just frozen water, so the sun passing through the center, as well as the earth coming up over the sun, is creating water. That's the flood of Noah and all that shit. That's where all that shit them stories come from. So when they say they drowning the dragon represents the drought, 8-pap, the old dragon. When that all that go up through there and blow off the top, the last chakra, once that last chakra open up, the last form of liquid is going to be red. That's the root chakra, right? This is going to be the blood. This is going to represent the blood, the period blood. That all that red gonna shoot up, come out, and you can get more of that in my serious star power video. I go a little bit deeper than that, but that's pretty much the process. So that's the drowning of the 8-pap dragon or whatever. Let me find it real quick. Oh yeah, that too. Kind of out of the chain, but I don't want to leave without speaking on that either. When you go back to the beginning of the movie, when Max is in that cage, right? He in the cage, balled up. They hit him with the shock probe, right? And they open the gate. And when they open the gate, you're gonna see him unfold from up out of there and be hanging from the cage. That's what I was telling y'all about. Him, when they hit him with the shock, that represents this right here shooting up. And light, just like it's just the same thing as when Nook said, what the dude told Nook, you can't do wolf, you can't stand up. Same thing. When you say, when they showing you in a different form. When you hit it with the shock probe, you're gonna see Mac's body unfold like that and fall, and his head with his head upside down. The hangman shit. Getting hit with the shock probe and him unfolding represents this light right here. Represents when this shoots up and the light it unfolds. When the light comes up, set up that ladder. Remember, what I was just telling you. Right side up would be the feminine aspect. That's where you get the Scarlet Lady from. The root chakra will be up here, head from head to toe. The masculine would be or the upside down. Up here, down here, it'd be the right side up, but up here, it'd be the man, but his head would be right here, and his root chakra would be up here. So let's say this is the masculine energy. You take this and flip it upside down, or the man, you take this and flip it upside down, it'd be the hangman. So when you see him hit him with that probe and he fall out of that cage, that's what they're referring to or whatever. But go back to this here. Alright, I'll read this real quick. The incarnation proper begins with a soul that came into being by means of the virgin blood. This was a child of the mother only, the unbegotten Horus, who was imperfect first sketch of soul and matter that assumed the form of human personality as Horus the mortal. See, what it's saying, the mother blood, the physical aspect of you pertains to the feminine aspect of you, because the higher the vibration or the higher the activity, the more masculine side you are. The more passive the energy, the more feminine energy, the more the feminine energy it is. Your physical body is a passive form of light. It's more passive than your spiritual light. So it pertains more to the feminine half or the mother blood. So the mother blood represents the physical aspect of you. The spiritual part of you would be the masculine aspect. That's why I was saying the who was an imperfect first sketch of the soul and matter that assumed the form of human personality as Horus the mortal, because your physical part of you is the mortal. In order to be immortal, you had to get that immortal spark or that spirit or that soul or that masculine aspect. Well, I would say because the soul is masculine and feminine, but the spark that brings you to life is that the masculine active yang energy. But it says this was the child of the mother only, the unbegotten Horus, who was an imperfect first sketch of the soul and matter that assumed the form of human personality as Horus the mortal, who was blind and maimed, deaf and dumb and impotent, because it was a birth of matter of the mother only, according to the mythical representation. The mother being the source and the sustenance of life with her own blood, this led to a doctrine of salvation by the blood of Isis, the divinized virgin. Thus, the mythical blood mother was the earliest savior, not the male. The elder Horus was her child who came by blood. He was her blood child in the eschatology. Hence, the calf, as his type, was painted red up on the tablets. As the child Horus, he was an image of her suffering in the human form. Thence, Horus, the child of blood, became a savior through suffering, and a mystery which had a natural origin. This origin can be followed in the Christian iconography when Didron shows a figure of Jesus was portrayed upon the cross as a little child of 2 years, naked with the body painted red all over, as was Horus' calf upon the tablets. A curious instance of salvation by the blood of Isis is given in the ritual. A vignette to the chapter 93, the saving and protecting power of the red tit buckle, which is an image of the blood of Isis, is shown. A pair of human hands are outstretched from his amulet to grasp the arms of the mains and prevent him from going toward the east, as the ways that lie in the tank of the flame, or hell in modern phrase. In the gospel account of the incarnation, the word was made flesh, but the blood basis of the doctrine has been omitted. Salvation through the blood of Isis was imaged by the red tit amulet that was put on by her when she had conceived her blood child. This salvation was effected when the child was brought into existence. According to the ritual, the salvation of the mains is in living on hereafter. According to the ritual, the salvation of the mains is in living on hereafter. That's basically saying the salvation is through living here. It's in the living. You have to go through this process as a part of, just like I was telling you earlier, this physical process that we go through is the process of redemption or refinement. Remember, when I told you, Max asked her what was this all about, she said redemption, redemption, R-E-D, redemption. As soon as she said that, it went to the lady with the red, the camera went to the scene with the red lady, with the lady with the red hair. Red, damn, I can't go that fast. The red tit buckle. When the girls go on their period, around 14, right? 13, 14, something like that. Light, dark. Two halves. Each one of these got a light and dark half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. When this goes up and it's about to shoot off, that's the tit buckle, the buckle, or whatever. Once it blows off, that coincides with when the young girl goes through her womanly change or has her period or whatnot. And that's a whole other central topic we're gonna get into soon. Stay tuned. When the earth finally blows off the sun, the red buckle is right here. When the red first is like this the center. So that red buckle, this would be like the red buckle. When it blows off, that last chakra, root or red chakra, or that red block explodes, and the mother blood shoots up and of course through the flanks or whatever. This I ain't get all into it, but just like all the other chakras, whatever came from out of them shot up into the air. The gas came up. That's why when you see them shooting Rictus in the gas, when Soot got the backpack with you see that shit breathing back there, shit, whatever. And then you see Rictus with the gas tanks on or whatever. That represents the core or the underground of the earth where the natural gases lie. That's why when they shot down, when they shoot the pack, when you see the gas flying out of his gas packs, that's because the sun shot down here, boom, opened that up. These start going up, and the gases that was once in here started coming up along with the liquids and the water and all that shit. So, now it says further, how did a purificatory power come to be associated with blood, so that one of the horrible dogmas of later theology could be expressed in lines like these? There's a fountain filled with blood drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunge beneath that flood, lose all their guilty stains. Purification of the mother blood or whatever. So uh, all those specks of light or souls that was on top of these melanin clusters or whatever, or the melanin clusters themselves being the centers or whatever, that last part of the process when this explodes and the blood shoots through all this, washes away the stains. Or each time they go through this, each one of these go through the sun purifies them. And what fire do? Purify, refine. So each one of these go through here and shoot out. And as you can see, the last one of the root chakra. So each one, they pass through each other. So the crown chakra will shoot out first. It'll stop right here. Then the third eye chakra will shoot out next, pass through here, and stop right here. The throat chakra will pass through both of those and stop right here. The heart chakra will shoot out next, pass through all three of them, stop right there. Solar plex chakra, shoot through all them, stop right there, etc. Then the last one would be the red. But each one of them that pass through, each one of them chakras that pass through the center or the sun gets refined and comes up here and becomes a planet. Each one shoots into its orbit and becomes a planet, with the root chakra of Mars being the last planet or the last chakra or whatever. That's what that is referring to when it says that. And I think I'm gonna come back and do an overview of this probably one day in the middle of this week coming up. Or a few things that, and some other shit that come to mind. Oh yeah, when they were taking out the chastity belts. That's what this represents too. Taking off the that's why when a woman can't have a baby until she go through a period. After she go through a period, then that's when she's eligible to have sex or whatever. That's the original ancient ways, the Mother Nature's ways. Nature knows her business. Do you? But that's the natural way of doing shit. Not no pedophile shit where you fucking with babies and shit and before they time or whatever. But that's a whole other story. But that's what this is referring to when they talking about taking out the chastity belts. The chastity belt symbolizes the years in between birth and the years in between birth and them going through the period stage. Because we had when we live in our original culture, we had a rites of passage that you went through once you went through period to initiate you into the act of having sex, as opposed to just jumping all out here willy nilly with this shit and all this malarkey going on and shit. That's why everything's fucked up sexually speaking, because we don't have no we lost our rites of passage. The white man never had a rites of passage. He grew up in a cave and shit, but he runs the world. You follow him, so everybody just go for what they know now, and ain't no goddamn teaching of they tell you the birds of the bees shit, show you a video in class, but it's deeper than that. So that's a whole other story. But get back to the movie. You gonna hear now. Rictus' name is Rictus Erectus, right? Rictus Erectus. The rank rise up or whatever. He gonna, when Furioso them go through that hole, he gonna grab the engine and pull the engine out of the middle of the car. and erect or raise, you're gonna see him like this right here with the engine in his hand. Him raising up symbolizes the erection or the rising of the earth. When you see him do this, that's referencing the raising up of the earth off of the sun and shooting into its orbit, which will be right here, the third orbit, third planet from the sun. You're gonna see him do this, just like you see this. It's gonna look just like this right here. That's the engine or whatever, but you're gonna see him raising his arms up like that right there. And Nick's gonna be driving and Nick's gonna scream out, "Remember me," you know, how they've been saying throughout the movie, "Witness me," and all that shit. And then they gonna crash. When they crash, you're gonna see first you're gonna see the guitar that was on the music truck. The guitar. The guitar. You'll see the guitar crash come close up to the screen. They're just gonna fall back. And then you're gonna see you're gonna see the guitar, and then you're gonna see the red steering wheel come up to the screen. The red steering wheel, you're gonna see the guitar first, representing the whole joint, and then it's gonna fall back, and then the red wheel gonna come to the front of the screen. The red wheel gonna be representing this right here. Why? Because they at the point where the sun and finally, the earth blows off to the earth, the earth blows off the sun, passes through that red. Emmanuel's vein fills up, purifying the land. Erictus, arms raised up. You'll see this in Kemet too. His arms raised up. When you see his arms raised up, it's representing him lifting or the sun. He nasty. That's why I say this. He's raising the engine up, but he's representing the sun lifting the earth up, just like you see the sun pushing or lifting up the earth. Because what happens is, I got a straight shot on this one, but actually the sun, when it just, you gonna have this right here going straight through the middle, but then you're gonna have the other light coming and going up this way. So it's really to be like, I'll fix it right now. Well, you can, yeah, boy. Like, see that? That's Rictus, the arms raising up. So you got Furioso now. Remember, she got stabbed and shit. So now I showed you the Emmanuel's vein, right? So we did that. Now we're finna show you that part in the movie. You got Furioso. She cold. She breathing. We skipped that part. Let's see. Well, one part where they were riding, a little bit before all this, when they riding, she on the ground, she cold, her eye swollen and shit. She fucked up. That's the Ishtar. Remember I told you, Ishtar had to go into the when she went under where she got stripped. So Same way Osiris gets cut up and go get his wounds or whatever. They in the part of the movie where she get her wounds, where through the rising up process, each one, when Ishtar descends into the underworld, see this way it switch up there. The center up, so we identify up as the area of importance, right? But then ultimately, the most important position is always the center. That's why they always say be centered, the middle pillar, the center. Operate from the center, be centered, balance, or whatever. So the underworld in this case would be the further away you get from the sun. See, the further away you get, so when it's blasting out, the root chakra is the further from the sun, right? So the higher you get, or the more spiritual you get, the closer you get to the purple in the spirit realm or whatever. So the sun going away from the earth going away from the sun represents her descending into the underworld. But when she descended, the descendants is the lifting, or her pushing up, or the earth pushing up and pushing each one of these through the sun that sits at the center for the purification process. So the scars and wound represent all that that struggle, the scars and the wounds from the struggle of this earth, or the earth shoot up, and all this going through the middle or whatever. So you see her, she like gasping for breath and shit. They like, what's she doing? And I think Max was like, she's collapsing her lungs with each breath or whatever. So he had to, he was like, I'm sorry. So he had to stab her. I think her lungs was filling up with blood or something. So he had to stab in her side, so that I think he had to stab in her side to get the blood another outlet or some shit. I ain't the position as you can see. So he had to stab her or whatever to release the alpha lungs or something. Something you have to, but the lungs. It's the lungs. Or you can get it. The lungs or whatever. That's what that's pertaining to. So he does that, and then he pulls out the tube. Just so happened, for whatever reason, he kept the tube that he kept the tube that was connected to him, that connected him and Nooks in the beginning, which that ain't the way it's supposed to be. See, Soot, and when you go back to the mythology, Soot tried to rape or insert Horus from the back or whatever, and Horus snatched his testicles off or whatever. So because that was the wrong type of mixing or whatever. So that tool running from Nooks to to Max represents the wrong kind of mingling, represents the wrong kind of combination or whatever. That's why he had to disconnect the shit and whatever. So, but this would be the right type of co-joining or whatever. But he kept the tube for whatever reason. But anyway, we took the tube and took a little needle and he created an IV. So he put the IV in her, and he put the IV in him, and he gave her a blood transfusion. So the blood transfusion, his blood going to her, not only gets a reference to when the root chakra popped, all this turning red, but the root chakra pop, all the red runs out. When all that red finally finished spilling out of the way, finished going up and flooding the scene, and gets out of the way, she even said that I'll get it out of the way for you. I'm gonna get them out of the way for you. Before all this a couple of minutes back in the movie, remember she said, "I'm gonna get them out the way." Talking about Joe. She said, "I'm gonna get him out the way for you." That was a reference to what was she was talking about. She was about to kill him, but when it refers to this scene too, or this right here, because Red hit the root chakra soot. So when she's talking about get him out the way, what she's saying is, once that root chakra pop, when we get him out the way, all that blood shoot up, fill up the, nurture the land, purify, whatever, come up like a spring water, splash out on the top or whatever. But once this clears out, that lane clear, a straight beam of light can shoot through there. That straight beam of light, connects all the chakras, making them one through that common bond, being that light shooting through there, making them all one, or representing that oneness. Once that blood finally gets out of the way or whatever. So him transfusing the blood from him to her. Her blood is the red blood, the masculine, the feminine blood. His blood is the spiritual blood, or the sun rays, the light of the sun. So when you see him give her that IV, put the IV in and give her the transfusion from him to her is he being the sun, it's the transfusion of the light from here shooting through her vein or through that pop through the up the core of the earth or whatever. And that's when he finally tells her his name. While she's sitting there recuperating, he looked at her, he said, "Max, my name is Max." She's in her crucified state, right? The mother, feminine energy. He says, "Max, my name is Max." Ma, mother, X, cross, crucifixion. So while she's going through the crucifixion or her Ishtar stages or whatever, he tells her, "Max, my name is Max." They're one. The mother, cross. Ma, Furioso, X, her on the cross, or her going through her Ishtar stage, or her crucified, her version of being crucified. So they pull up to the citadel. You're gonna see all the wheels spinning. You're gonna see the wheels spinning. Now that represents all the spinning motions. That represents the earth. When it finally gets right here, spinning on its axis, all of these spinning while they turning or spinning around the sun. The moon, the earth will land right here. The moon will revolve around it between these two. Oh yeah, I don't want to forget that too. Now we're gonna go back to the bullet former. Remember, the bullet former, he said, "I am the scales of justice," and he pulled out the two Uzis or the hammers, right? So remember, this is Mayat, right? Even though he's the fake version, but when they up here, he's down here. So when he pull out the guns, when he say "sing, Bellicor, sing," sing is a reference to music, or make some music with your mouth. Pause. This. Remember I told you these are the 8 octaves. So what he was referring to was the process that was about to bring about the singing. Because at this point they up here. You know what I'm saying? Remember how the story go in reference to this, and he's back here representing the old version of him. So the singing or making the music is when this, like, I'll give you another example. Little Mermaid. This is Ariel. The mermaid is the earth. Yemen Yah, water. This the fiends, or this is the human body. This would be the body with her legs in between here. She don't have no human leg. Her human legs would be tucked in between here. All you would see is the fiends, or the outside, just like the mermaid. when he say sing, what does Ariel do? When she finally, she don't have no voice, just like the muzzle. She's just, she don't her voice is blocked. She don't have no muzzle, right? I mean, she can't talk. And she finally get her voice. What she does? She starts singing. Water, mermaid. When he say sing, he's saying he's basically prophesying because eventually this is gonna shoot out of here, make the music. Boom! That's the drum. It's gonna hit the drum. Hit that. That's the drum right there. When the earth starts to push up and hit the octave, that's the instruments. The guitar, the harp. You won't even see the piano in the movie or whatever. Mind you, this the mermaid. So when they say sing, each time the singing represents the 8 octave sounds that come. So let's say this uses 8 keys, right? Each one of these going through the sun to be refined plays a different key. So as each one of these pass through here, it makes a sound or it sings. We want to be a part of that world. It's going up. Each one of these make a sound until it hits the lowest chakra. Boom, the bass shoot up or whatever. Ariel, the mermaid, singing. Once the sun comes back down and open this up, oh, that's the opening of the mouth ceremony. She sings. Boom. She gets her legs. It's the center. At first, say they was all cuffed right here. Once this happens, you got light, leg, hips, thighs, leg. She's going to the third world. So I might need to go watch that shit. Sebastian. So they pull up, and they pull back up to the Citadel. One of the war boys like, reveal yourself. When they say reveal yourself. Max grabbed Immortan Joe's body, throw them on the ground, pull the cover off of it, and everybody like, oh, Immortan Joe's dead. So when they see that, all the goddamn regular citizens, who impoverished citizens, they all rush him and tear his ass apart, start ripping him limb for limb or whatever. Poetic justice, he's soot, so they tear his ass apart. No, I forgot that part too. Schlitt gets caught in between the rigs, he died. Screams Valhalla. That's because they going. This I rewind it a little bit. Then they got the part where they put the dude that stabbed Furioso. They killed him by shoving a shoving a bullet through his eye. That represents when the sun comes through there and boom opens that up or whatever. Yeah, I want to cheat y'all. So they say reveal yourself. They show Immortan Joe corpse. All the people at the Citadel rush and start ripping it apart. Dan them on the top. You hear the people get the root nose screaming, let her up, let her up, let her up, or let them up, let them up, let them up. So they pull and drop the square, they drop the little thing they gonna this dolly or whatever you want to call this shit, and then all the girls get on top of it, right? And they get on top of it, and then they pull it back up. Now, when they pull it back up, you're gonna see Toast or Zoe Out of all the girls, she gonna be the only one. Like you gonna see her, she gonna have like this pose like a soldier. You know how like all other girls just gonna be regular, but this goes to show you further confirmation of what I was saying about her being that Athena energy, just like the other girls wasn't. They were just peaceful women and shit. She was peaceful, but she had the war side too, just like Furioso. So when they rising up, when they pulling them up, so now cause they going up to the up there to where Immortal Joe was at running shit or whatever. So when they going up, you gonna see Zoe like she's gonna be. You pay attention to her, she's gonna be like this here, like a soldier, showing you that she was a Athena energy. She's a warrior goddess or whatever. All other people gonna be regular. She gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Then when they do that, that represents precipitation. Max gonna be at the bottom. Max ain't gonna get on it with him. Max gonna be him and back to the eyes. Him and Furioso, you gonna see him and Furioso looking eye to eye. She gonna be rising up, looking down at him, or he gonna be looking up at her. This Max. When them raising up represents the earth rising up to that third location right there. Max looking up symbolizes the light because the eyes represent light. So the light shooting from the core of the sun, or Max's eyes, shoot straight up through the core of the earth to her eyes, which would be right here. So her looking down, them two looking at each other represents the transferring of light, just like the blood transfusion represented the transfusion of the light from him to her or whatever. So the blood transfusion represented the mother blood. The vision of him looking up her and her looking down at him symbolizes the masculine blood, or the light energy or whatever. Them exchanging with the gazing of the eyes or whatever. So once they get to the top, you're gonna see the yin and yang energy, the big mothers, the big mama energy. All the ladies that was up there breastfeeding at first, now they gonna be the ones releasing the water, which is the way it really is, because feminine energy, the wisdom, water, yin and yang, water energy. Shout out to my Aunt Yaya, my Aunt Denise. She's of that class of deity. She's in the spirit realm now, but she's of that class of deity, or that pantheon of multi-mammalian, the many mothers. When they finally get here, it's like precipitation. When they get to the top, the mothers release. Hit the levels and let the water down. Just like when the sun beams down on the earth, the water precipitates, rises, forms clouds, and then falls back down to the earth or whatever. So they letting down the Osirian energy, or the water falling back to the land represents the spiritual flood or whatnot. And then it's gonna be, you gotta pay attention to the crowd too. Just right at the end, at the crowd, there's gonna be one scene where you're gonna see a lady with a basket on her head. That's the Neef energy. She got the water coming down. The basket on her head represents the receptive nature. I mean, the receptive aspect of nature, or the earth receiving the water falling from the heavens or whatever. As well as each the seed basket of Neith. I'll get more. Go watch the series Star Power series. I do a breakdown of that. Cause I ain't finna do that shit right now. But I do a better I give a good breakdown of that the Neith energy, or where the whole concept the Neef energy coming with the basket. But you'll see that in the movie. Go get your lazy ass up and watch the series Star Power one, and you'll see that. Cause all this shit go together. Or am I being lazy when I want to break it down? This movie was enough. Just shit, what it took to get to this motherfucking point we at right now is enough for me. Shit. But I think I'm gonna do another overview of it. I'm gonna watch it one more time just to see if I see anything else in it worth mentioning. Plus, I think I want to, like I said, I'm gonna have to do I'll probably do all that together. Yeah, I'll probably do all that together. So I might watch both of them and do the corresponding video between the She's All That and the Mad Max. And anything I missed in any one of them, I mentioned it in that one. So, plus I got something else coming down the pipe that needs to be spoken on. But like I said, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So shit, man. Let me read this veteran. The proof is preserved in that treasury of truth, the ritual of the resurrection. In the first chapter of the ritual 205, it is said by the priest, I lustrate with water and tattoo and anoint with oil and abados. Lustrate with water. That's the water of the tattoo, is the surface, and anointing with the oil. The oil is the light shooting through the center of the earth, what I was showing y'all. The abados, the double house. We might call the Egyptians very particular Baptists, for in the first 10 gates of the Elysium, or entrances to the great dwelling of Osiris, the deceased is purified at least 10 times over in 10 separate baptisms and 10 different waters in which the gods and goddesses had been washed to make the water holy. The inundation was the water of renewal to the life of Egypt, and this natural fact was the source and origin of a doctrine of baptismal regeneration. The salvation that came to Egypt in the Nile was continued in the Egyptian eschatology as salvation by water. So you hear this in the movie, represents the Aquarian age, the age of the age, which is also the age of salvation, the age of knowing. Will be salved. So you better be about the business of knowing. That's because your salvation lies there. So when you hear niggas like me speaking and talking about shit, you better put forth a considerable effort to, if you don't know, get to know some shit, because that's where your salvation lies. Don't lie, no goddamn president, no $1 million worth of money, cars and all that shit. All that shit is a side item. If you not about the business of understanding spirituality, you will perish around this motherfucker. I don't care how much money you got or who you think you are. You better be learning. You better be in tune with this type of information. Like I say, if you're a beginner, this is a good book for beginners. I'm a good guy. I base my teaching. I don't like preaching to the choir, so I try to make my shit to where simple enough for laymen can understand it. Because that's what I really came to do, to wake up those. But it's for everybody, because we all exchange knowledge. I still can learn. I mean, I'm not a layman, but I can still listen to somebody and learn some new shit. But I like to be a part of the process of shining light on those that may not be familiar with this shit. It's a good book. Good for starters. I can't stress that enough. But it said the salvation that came to Egypt in the Nile was continued in the Egyptian eschatology as salvation by water. I give thee the liquid or humidity which ensures salvation. It said to the soul of the deceased. Talking about the underworld. This is traveling through the amendment. They did not think that the souls were saved for the perdition by wash of water or bathe of blood, but bodily baptism was continued as a symbol of purification for the spirit. So when you're going to get baptized and dunked in the water, that's just a symbol of some shit. The true work is inner work. The deceased explains that he has been steeped in the waters of the natron, night, or salt, and made pure. Pure in heat. Remember I told you it happened down here. What was written on Mac's back when he was doing one of the tattoos they had on his back was powdered lakes, or the salt lakes. Salt Lake City. Remember I told you the lady that looked back represented the pillars of salt down here. They created the spine, the natron, the salt. And as a bonus, I'll tell y'all some shit that'll probably fuck you up, but I'm not, it's probably a little bit above my sexual pay grade, but that golden shower shit, you might cringe at it, but it ain't as fucked up as you think, because urine is used in the purification process. It's in this book too. Might be close to it. I, for one, never got into that, but it's in here. So that's probably where that shit come from. We be sitting here wondering what the fuck going on, but just a little something for niggas to think about. They talk about that shit here though. But they say one part is the pool of natron and the other pool of salt. Both natron and salt were used in preparing the mummy of the deceased. In the same process repeated in the purification of the soul to make it also permanent, which is the mode of salvation. The deceased says, may I be fortified and protected by 70 purifications. 70 purifications. Can't miss with this book. I was finna shut the shop down, but some told me go ahead and read that right there. 70 purifications. 70, really 7. I purify myself at the great stream, the galaxy, where all my ills are made to cease. That which is wrong in me is pardoned, and the spots which were upon my body, upon earth, are washed away. Remember I was telling you about the spots? They talk about the wrongs and shit, but on another level, the spots were purified when they shot through this, and actually the spots would be the actual physical melanin, the purified state that results after. Once they purified, once each one of those chakras are purified, they take on a purified form, which would be what the fuck she be going this fast when the winter was. Let me see. What the fuck, man? Once it's purified of its spots and shoots from out of the core of earth, it goes through the sun. Each one shoots through here. So this is the purified state of each one of the 7 chakras. Once you unblock the chakras, you cut the Technicolor dream coat on. And each one of your chakras starts to glow a particular color, whatever color it corresponds to. I purify myself at the great stream, the galaxy, where all my ills are made to cease. The galaxy. 7 orbits. These are the 7 chains. Remember telling you about the light, when the light shot out the passed over the cross and shot out into the galaxy. These are the 7 chains that bound soot or whatever, or the power, the many mothers that help with the fight of the center, which represented Max and them, shining down on that barren state of the earth. It says, the spots which were on my body, upon earth, are washed away. Lo, I come that I may purify this soul of mine in the most high degree. Let me be purified in the lake of propitiation and of equipoise. Let me plunge into the divine pool beneath the two divine sycamores of heaven and earth. The pool of purification and healing that was figured in the northern heaven at the pole, and also reproduced in the paradise of Amenta, has been repeated in the gospel according to John as the pool of Bethesda. In the ritual, one of the two waters is called the pool or tank of righteousness. In this pool, the glorified elect receive their final purification and are healed. They are thus made pure for the presence of Osiris. The healing process was timed to take place at certain hours of the night or day. The Turin text gives the 4th hour of the night and the 8th hour of the day, but there are other readings. The mains, as usual in the Gospels, are represented by the multitude of them that were sick, blind, halt, and withered, waiting to be healed. The elect, or chosen ones, are those who are first at the pool when the waters are troubled. Hence the story of the man who was non-elect. So, all those people that you're going to see on the movie, the blind, the lame, the crippled, when they start ripping, the ones that's going to run and rip your boy body up, more than your body up, that's them, the sick, the blind, the halt, the withered, the impoverished. They the ones that's waiting to be healed. Just like they be sitting in the beginning, you're gonna see them sitting waiting for Joe to drop the water. They waiting. What your boy Nooks was saying throughout the whole movie. I'm waiting in Valhalla. I'm waiting for Valhalla. So yeah. I guess that'll do it for right now. The many mothers. Well, I'll get this to y'all too. I'll read this and then we'll call it one. Since I see the many mothers in this line. But in blending the two halves of a soul that was dual in sex, dual also in matter and spirit into one, according to the mystery of tattoo. That's the process of. That's what I was telling y'all about. The IV running from Furioso to Max represented the bond or the oneness of the masculine and feminine aspect. But there was a return to the type beyond sex. That's the soul from which the two had fabricated in a human creation. That's why when a nigga be saying masculine and feminine energy, we're not talking about putting on the goddamn mini skirt and strutting your stuff as a man. Just talking about the higher concepts. This one enduring soul was typical of the eternal soul, which included motherhood and fatherhood in one personality like that of the multi-mammalian Osiris. The multi-mammalian, that's what I'm saying, the multi-mammalian, the multi-mama, the mini-mother Osiris, which the child Horus could only represent in some form of duality that image both sexes in one, as do the deities who are figured with one female bosom as a mode of enwonement. That's what I was telling you about your boy Hoppy. He a masculine deity, but he has female breasts to represent, alluding to his feminine aspect. Female mummies have been exhumed that were made up wearing the beard of a male. This was another figure of a soul completed by uniting the two halves of a sex in one figure. The type perfected by the Queen Hatshepsut when she clothed herself in masculine attire and reigned as a mistress of Aten. It was the same with the pharaohs who wore the tail or the cow or lioness. They also included both halves of the perfect soul as a likeness of the biune being divinized in heaven, which they represented on earth. The doctrine was brought on in the iconography of the Gnostic artists when Jesus is figured as a woman with a beard, who is designated to Christ as Saint Sophia or Charis or Charis, and also when Jesus is depicted in the Book of Revelation as being of both sexes, a youth with female paps or female breasts, in the likeness of Osiris, whose male body is half covered with female mammalia, and who is Osiris in the upper and Isis in the lower part of the same mummy. Not only was it necessary to be regenerated and reborn in the likeness of God the Father, The mains could only enter the kingdom of heaven as being of both sexes or of neither. The two halves of the soul that was established forever and tattooed were male and female. The soul of Shu was male, the soul of Tefnu female. When these were united in one to form a completed mains and a perfect spirit, the result was a typical creation from both sexes in which they were neither male or female. The oneness in the Horus, who is divinized, is the oneness in Christ described by Paul. As many of you as were baptized into Christ did put on Christ. There can be no male or female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. One of the fragments preserved by Clemente Alexander and Clemente of Rome from the Lost Gospels, according to the Egyptians, which is more than fully recoverable in the ritual, will show the continuity of the doctrine as Egyptian in a gospel that was designated Egyptian. The Lord, having been asked by Salome when his kingdom would come, replied, when you shall have trampled over foot the garment of shame, when two shall be one, when that which is without shall be like that which is within, and when the female and when the male and the female shall be neither male nor female. Basically, we're saying when you come into the understanding that your soul is something deeper than a masculine and feminine, is that which projects both. And I'll sit it down right there, man. Get back up with y'all niggas later on this week or something, but sit my nigga ass down somewhere and cool out, man. So y'all niggas be light, man. And till next time, fuck with your boy.